February. The agenda was issued last Tuesday, 20th of February. A supplementary agenda was issued on Friday, 23rd of February. And a second supplementary agenda was issued on Tuesday, 27th of February. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded. A video recording will be posted online shortly after the meeting on the Council's YouTube channel. Today's meeting has a full agenda and I'm hopeful that business can be completed today if members are disciplined in their interventions. As chair of the meeting, I will look to ensure fair debate, but this will be balanced by the need to deal with the business in hand. There is traditionally some latitude given to the movers of the motion and amendments in the budget meetings, and I will recognise that. However, in debates, I will be strict and ask members to stick to the allocated time. I would also like to take this opportunity to remind members of the need to behave in a respectful manner to each other and to officers. I appreciate that emotions will be high, in particular around the revenue budget. We can disagree and no doubt will disagree, but we can do that without questioning the good faith of our officers or other members. I take this opportunity to remind members that all members should be heard without interruption. I will introduce breaks at appropriate stages in the meeting and intend to vary the order of business in order to best manage the business conducted. If members who are attending remotely wish to speak, they should use the raised hand icon on screen. I will ask if all who wish to speak have done so before closing the debate. But at that point, it's your responsibility to ensure you attract my attention, even by cutting in verbally, otherwise you may miss your chance to speak. Members joining remotely should ensure the cameras are turned on throughout the proceedings. And before we start, can all members and participants check that your mobile phone is switched off or on silent, please? Agenda item 1 is the sederant. Mr. Moody will take the sederant.
Thank you, Provost. Provost Bissett.
Present.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Present.
Councillor Aitchison.
Here.
Councillor Anslow.
Present.
Councillor Binney. Councillor Bowes. Apologies have been submitted by Councillor Brown. Bailey Buchanan.
Present.
Councillor Bundy.
Here.
Councillor Colley. Councillor Deacon. Councillor Devine. Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Forrest. Councillor Garner. Councillor Hannah.
Present.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
And Bailey Kerr.
Here.
Councillor McCabe.
Here.
Councillor Meikle-John. Councillor Murtagh.
And short.
Councillor Nimmo.
Present.
Councillor Patterson.
Present.
Councillor Patrick.
Present.
Councillor Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Ritchie.
Present.
Apologies have been submitted by Councillor Robertson. Councillor Sinclair.
Yep.
Councillor Spears.
Present.
And Councillor Steinbach.
Present.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moody. Agenda item 2 is declarations of interest. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at the meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. Does anyone have any declaration of interest? No. Well, as most or some of you may know, it's Patricia Cassidy's last council meeting before she retires in March. And I'm going to say a few words, and after I've spoken, I'll go to the group leaders and I'll go to Councillor Colley as the portfolio holder to say a few words. This is going to sound a wee bit like this is your life, Patricia, but you know what I mean. As most of you know, Patricia Cassidy, our Chief Officer, Health and Social Care Partnership, has our last meeting today. Patricia began her career with Strathclyde Regional Council in 1983, and her career has brought her different roles. She became a student nurse at South Lothian College of Nursing and Midwifery in 1984, and has had various roles since. For example, Specialist Visiting Lecturer, BA Health Studies at Community Nursing at Caledonian University, Senior Project Manager, NHS Lanarkshire, Acting Director of Culture and Education and Communities, Aberdeen City Council. We were fortunate that Patricia chose Falkirk Council in 2015, where she has remained as Chief Officer ever since. Patricia's role is fairly unique in that she has 3 jobs. IGB Chief Officer, providing support, direction and guidance to the IGB, and also Director for Health and Social Care for both Council and the NHS, ensuring effective delivery of all services within the Health and Social Care Partnership. Over her time with Falkirk, Patricia has led the development of the Health and Social Care Partnership, initially with only a few services, including the Council's social adult work services, to a service that now covers a whole range of community-based care and health services across Falkirk. This includes the recent responsibility for the coordination of primary care across Forth Valley area. Patricia has led the Health and Social Care Partnership through some very challenging times. She provided clear leadership for both the partnership and the Council during the COVID-19 pandemic, and was even ready to put on an apron and go out and personally deliver home care if needed. Patricia has proved to be a valued leader and has supported colleagues throughout her time with Falkirk, ensuring that the Council services within the Health and Social Care Partnership were quick to adapt to challenges and remain focused on improving the welfare and well-being of Falkirk residents. Personally, when I needed information, you always timorously provided it and always said if there was anything else I need, just let me know, and I really appreciated that. And always knew when I was on the wrong track by your very polite interjections. I know many colleagues will miss you, Patricia. Thank you for your service, and I wish you well in whatever you do in the future. Thank you. I'll now go to Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost, and would want to associate with the comments made with regard to Patricia, as she's now retiring from Falkirk Council after 8 years with Falkirk Health and Social Care Partnership as our Chief Officer. As you've detailed, she's a long distinguished career in various posts, starting her career as a nurse, moving into roles as Specialist Lecturer in Glasgow Caledonia University, number of national roles with Sport Scotland and the Scottish Consumer Council and Health Education Board for Scotland, as well as in local government. We have benefited from her wealth of experience that she's gained throughout her career, and that is something that we are extremely grateful for. However, I have to say her time with Falkirk with the IGB, while has not been plain sailing and not without its challenges, I know she has experienced many frustrations over the years. However, her tenacity and dedication to make sure that we have the best possible integrated service has remained strong. And while it may have wavered on a few occasions, she has kept fighting on. It's her leadership through COVID was exemplary, and knowing when to seek out help and support from others and to bring others on board. What I can say is that Patricia is leaving us in the best possible position since its inception of the IGB. She has a good, solid senior management team, and in the last year we've become much more integrated than we have in the years past. Along with her drive for a whole system change, innovation, working closely with service users to take forward developments, and that can only be a positive for the service users and Falkirk residents. I want to thank Patricia for all that she's done during her time with us in the IGB, and indeed the support she's given to the wider council and colleagues. She should take the pride with her of her achievements, and I wish her well for the future as she moves to a new phase in her life, having more time to enjoy with family and friends, making memories, something that we should all try to do a little bit more.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Now go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I have not had the pleasure of working with Patricia as long as some others have, as I was only elected as a councillor in 2022. But I have known her and worked with her quite closely over the last 2 years because I am on the IGB. That Patricia has provided support. She responds quickly, effectively, and her good humour has been really something of a joy to work with. I do understand, because I know the difficult times that have been there in trying to get the best for the people of the area through the Health and Social Care Partnership. And Patricia has worked really hard. She's been tenacious. She's dealt with difficult and challenging circumstances. And yes, I have seen occasional frustration with the difficulties that she has been dealing with. Patricia's colleagues also will miss her greatly, as will I. I have thoroughly enjoyed working with Patricia for the past 2 years. I have really appreciated her input on the IJB, and the fact that she has achieved so much in her years with the IJB and the Health and Social Care Partnership is a testament. Thank you very much, Patricia. Thank you from me and from all my colleagues and all your colleagues for the very hard work that you've done, and the very good state, a much better state than would the IJB and the Health and Social Care Partnership would otherwise have been if it hadn't been for your input. So thank you, and I wish you very well in your retirement, and I hope you enjoy it.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. We'll now go to Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. I would just like to agree with the former speakers regarding Patricia. I found her always helpful with issues that I've taken regarding constituent issues. And I've been a vital part of the IJB and the Health and Social Care Partnership on behalf of the Council. We have had challenges like no other councillor faced in the past. Who would ever imagined COVID-19 pandemic happening and the effect it's had on the vulnerable people, and how many of us lost loved ones during that pandemic, most not even getting a chance to bury our families and friends. Just imagine what the effect, as you've rightly said, Provost, on Patricia, who was at the coalface and was always the first responder to give information to elected members and the council. I remember getting the weekly updates, very scary at sometimes. However, she had nothing, anything that was there, she explained it. And while we were waiting to get elderly home, waiting in care packages, she explained one week that a normal week would be 20. However, one week they were up to 90. And she understood how this was affecting families. She didn't come across as being panicky, but she maybe was at the time. But in the weeks to follow, it got less and less, and it came to a manageable conclusion. Working with the health board over the last few years hasn't been easy. This has its challenges, as factors and situations became very difficult. But she never gave up and kept trying to deliver the service she knows is important. And I'm sure that the way the IJB was set up to work, and if it's set up and it's worked collaboratively together with the council and our partners, it's a great piece of work. And I'm sure the work that Patricia's put into that for 2015, it'll be a benefit to this council going forward. So on behalf of our group, I'd just like to thank Patricia for her work. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much, Bailey Kerr. Now go to Councillor Spears.
I'll pass this over to my colleague, Councillor McCabe, who would like to say a few words.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. NAG have not had a lot of personal dealings with Patricia, but we would like to echo the sentiments already expressed by other leaders. I'm aware that the whole COVID period was a trying and exhaustive time for our NHS and Patricia in particular. And I just want to thank her personally for that service. And I just wish Patricia all the very best in her retirement. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. But now go to Councillor Colley, who's the portfolio holder.
Thank you very much. I think obviously a lot of things have already been said, so I'd very much be speaking on a personal level. When I joined the council, will be 7 years ago now. Sometimes it feels longer. But you know, I was a very new councillor and taking on the role of portfolio holder, being on the IJB, and the wise council information and support that I've received from Patricia was second to none, and that has continued as both chair and vice chair over the past 7 years, including through the pandemic. And it is very much the case that Patricia was all prepared to go out and deliver frontline services, and I think that really speaks to her as a person and what she's delivered for this council. She's clearly transformed social care in our area. And I think that we can talk about the challenges, and there's no doubt there are many, but Patricia has supported ensuring that we have localities in every area with new locality managers, setting that up in a way that delivers social care in the best way possible, in delivering reformed day services, in opening up a short break service in Thornton Gardens, which has been critical not just to delivering short breaks over the pandemic, but also to supporting the work with the NHS. And most recently, a new slow stream rehab. But there's been much more. And I think, you know, if I started to list them, I think my initial response when Patricia told me she was going to retire, I'm like, oh no, don't leave me. But I think there is absolutely no doubt that I think tenacious has been used a lot. But really, without her, I don't think Falkirk IJB would be as far ahead as it is now. Yes, it's taken a bit longer than any of us would have liked, but that leadership, that resilience, that tenacity, but really that sometimes you might call it stubbornness, to absolutely ensure that for Falkirk citizens there is the best service possible. So I think I really want to wish Patricia, and there'll be other times I'll be saying a lot of these, so just get used to it, Patricia, will be all the best in her retirement. And I think, you know, for anybody watching this, I think that they should recognise that Patricia has been a warrior for the most vulnerable citizens in this area, and I want to thank her very much for everything.
Thanks very much, Councillor Colley. We'll now go to Patricia, if you'd like to say a few words or any comment.
It's been a privilege. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we really all do wish you well for the future. Thank you. The next item of business, agenda item 3, revenue budget and finance. Councillor Hannah, my apologies.
Thank you, Provost. I just wanted to ask a procedural question to start off with. I've been concerned about the way in which the papers have been distributed for this meeting today. We had an agenda distributed in time, but then we had a supplementary agenda on last Friday. Then we got another supplementary agenda at 4:45 yesterday, and we only received I only received the administration's budget proposal at 24 minutes past 8 by email last night, and that wasn't even circulated to all members. I'm a little concerned that about the way in which this has come about, and I would like to know from officers if this is what we can expect in the future, because it does not seem to me to be good governance to ask members to make decisions on material that they've not really had time to digest properly.
Okay, it's fair comment. I didn't receive papers till late last night as well, and as promised, I would have expected to have seen them prior to that. Are you saying you need time to read these papers, or have you had sufficient time to digest them, or before we go to Mr. Moody?
I managed with very little sleep so that I was able to read, but I'm not convinced that all members will have been able to digest all the papers.
Okay, so Mr. Moody, you'd like to comment?
Thank you, Provost. And Councillor Hannah is correct that there have been 2 supplementary reports issued. I think, as members will all know, there was one issued on Friday, which included the administration's core budget proposals, which have the fundamentals of the aspects of the budget making up the council tax proposal, the savings and fees and charges proposal, and the use of service concessions. There was a second supplementary report, as Councillor Hannah notes, issued yesterday, which contained some further information that arrived very late in relation to the potential for capital monies to be available in relation to the Grangemouth flood prevention scheme. And the reason for the lateness of that report was the new development which arose shortly before the release of the report. So far as the distribution of motions is concerned, it is better that motions can be distributed as soon as possible. I think all of the motion and the 2 amendments in relation to the revenue budget that's understand will be moved at council today were distributed during the course of yesterday. Councillor Hannah is correct to say that the administration's motion was the last of those, but it has been distributed in advance of the meeting. And as I observe, the core elements of the administration's budget proposal were contained within the supplementary report issued on Friday of last week.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. I'm sure I'm not the only one sitting around this table, but I only had sight of this last minute information this morning. I've certainly not had time to read it in depth and take a decision on anything that's contained in it. It's just not acceptable. It shouldn't be allowed to happen.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. I'd like to support Councillor Hannah's request. It is vitally important that elected members are given agendas, supplementary agendas, whatever, continuously, to give them time to read it before a meeting. Having stuff handed to you this morning, quite frankly, does not show us in a good light.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Nicholl-John.
Provost, I did give an apology for the late issue, as officers and many members will know my frustrations over IT has been overwhelming over the last 10 days or so, and that was for the late distribution. However, the final wording from agreed with Mr. Moody didn't come until later in the day, as obviously time was given to others as well. There's only so much capacity Mr. Moody has. I would also just like to just ask Mr. Moody, it'd be normal practice for the administration to move a motion on the day that may contain a variation that doesn't fundamentally change what their core budget was.
Mr. Moody.
That has traditionally happened over a number of years within the council.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost. And I think we're all in a very difficult position here, and as sitting as an independent doing a budget for the first time, I think that Councillor Nicholl-John herself mentioned what our normal practice is around budgets, and I think one thing that has been very difficult is that the normal practice would have been that we would have seen the administration's core budget proposal. I would agree, not necessarily the motion that would accompany it, but that core budget for therefore to be able to put effectively amendments, to be able to understand what the proposals were. And I think that where there might not be a requirement for that in standing orders, that has posed significant challenges. And then to get additional information relating to that in terms of the capital last night, it has been challenging. And what I would say is whatever ruling is made is completely respected, I think, by all members. But I would note that there is the opportunity with standing orders review to come back that perhaps we could reflect on some of these things. And particularly, I've found it difficult as an independent who's intending to move a budget not to be in leaders' meetings because I'm not entitled to be, but therefore being able to be an effective member of the council makes it more challenging. So I think perhaps that could be reflected upon when we come to standing orders review. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. I just thought this morning, when I opened my emails, very much echoing Councillor Nimmell's comments. It's just an absolute nonsense that we should get something presented to us. Last night, the administration's amendments were forwarded to group leaders. That's unacceptable. Amendments have to be sent to every councillor. It's not up to group leaders to then have to get in touch with their members and advise them of motions that have been put forward in front of council. I'm a councillor in Falkirk Council. I deserve every respect from the administration, as I would expect every councillor in here. It's not up to administration leaders to forward it to group leaders to expect them to forward it to their members. I think it's totally out of order. It has to change. Totally unacceptable. I'll say no more, Provost. I'm just absolutely furious. It just embarrasses me that we have stuff like this that goes on in Falkirk Council.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. We'll go to Mr. Moody to sort of summarise.
I think it's maybe helpful to observe, Provost, that there is no current requirement in our standing orders to give advance notice of either motions or amendments. But I think hopefully that is something that is going to change. That was one of the outcomes of the standing order review, so that when we have our new set of standing orders, which will come before the council at its next meeting, then we will be moving into a different situation where there is a clear expectation that motions and amendments are available in advance to allow members to see them and to be able to discuss them.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moody. So we're on the revenue budget, and it's a report by the Chief Executive, and the Chief Executive will introduce it, and then Ms Templeman, I'll summarise the report and the recommendations, then I'll go to Councillor Michael John, and then I'll ask the group leaders if they have any amendments. Mr. Lawrie.
Thank you, Provost.
Oh, apologies, Councillor Murtagh.
And you did say to cut in, so I do apologise. I submitted a procedural motion for consideration before the revenue budget on one matter, and I'm taking it that I understand that that is not going to be heard as a procedural motion, and I wonder whether it would be possible to have some explanation of that, and whether I would be able to just outline my reason why I think it should be considered.
Go to Mr. Moody to go over that.
Yes, Provost, I thank Councillor Murtagh for giving advance notice of her procedural motion during the course of yesterday, and I believe she may have circulated it to the members of the council also during the course of yesterday. So I think members will be aware of the nature of the procedural motion which Councillor Murtagh refers to. My view is that it's not a procedural motion and shouldn't be dealt with in that way. I think members may be familiar with procedural motions, for instance, from the regulatory committees, where those may, for instance, be to move to a site visit or to continue matter to the next meeting to allow for further information. Beyond those meetings, we have seen procedural motions, for instance, at the Education, Children and Young People Executive to move an item from that body to the council for consideration. Those are the examples of the procedural motions which we've dealt with as such as a council. And I think it can be seen from all of those that the effect of those is to deal with the item of business as a whole and dispose of that. So it's moving it to another body or moving it to another time. In contrast, the procedural motion which Councillor Murtagh refers to is addressing a particular item in a much larger report and essentially removing that from the consideration of the council. And my assessment is that this is not a procedural motion as intended within our standing orders.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moody. I've discussed this with Mr. Moody as well, and I agree it's not competent, so we'll just leave it at that and move on. So, Mr. Laurie.
Thank you, Provost, and good morning to all. I just wanted to say a few brief words before I hand over to Amanda to introduce the report. Firstly, and as a starting point, the Council remains in a position which is not financially sustainable. We have a significant structural deficit to resolve, currently estimated to be in excess of 62 million over the next 5 years. Our budget gap against net expenditure is one of the highest in Scotland. So the situation remains acute for the reasons we are all familiar with and as set out in the financial strategy in September. The task for us as a council is to plan and navigate our route through that challenge to get to a position of financial sustainability. And the officer report sets out two broad models for doing that. One based on accepting the council tax freeze and one based on rejecting the freeze and increasing council tax from 24-25. Either way, there is a route to financial sustainability, but it is also true to say that there are limited tools that are available to us to deal with the challenge. And in the absence to date of the flexibilities hoped for through the Verity House Agreement, non-protected services could face extremely high savings targets in future years. Nevertheless, the Council has taken some difficult decisions in the last 18 months to begin to tackle that structural deficit. Based on current projections and given the wider economic context, there will be many, many more such decisions to be made over the coming months and years. And in all of this, members will need to consider the balance between raising income and making service savings over that 5-year period of the plan. The use of service concessions in 24-25 is again essential. Of course, it does not deal with the structural deficit. If we don't take difficult decisions and if we rely overly on service concessions, we will very quickly reach a financial cliff edge, perhaps 2 to 3 years from now. The consequences of that would be very serious for the Council and for our communities. On the other hand, if we get to a position of financial sustainability, we can use the remaining service concessions to invest in our communities. And that is why the structural deficit needs to be tackled with resolve and purpose, so that we can focus our resources and efforts on delivering the Council's priorities and supporting communities. And I think today's report is another important stage in our journey towards that. Setting a balanced budget is a statutory requirement for the Council and the responsibility of all elected members. And dealing with the scale of the financial challenge that we have, as I've said on previous occasions, will require ongoing collaborative leadership. I'd like to thank Amanda and her team for all the excellent work done to bring together today's report, following a particularly complicated budget process with a number of ongoing uncertainties. I'd also like to thank colleagues across the Council for their hard work, innovation and determination in developing the savings and solutions required to help us move forward as a Council and deliver the best we can to the communities that we serve. Thank you, Provost. And with your agreement, I'll pass over to Amanda.
Thanks very much, Mr. Laurie. Ms. Templeman.
Thank you, Provost. Firstly, I would also like to take an opportunity just to thank the finance team in particular and Danny Kearney, who's with me today, for all their work in supporting the development of the budget. There has been a lot of moving parts in getting the report produced, and the finance team as a whole have worked extremely hard to pull this together. And I would also echo the comments of the Chief Executive to thank senior management and the wider teams across the Council who have engaged proactively and supportively in the budget process. And finally, I think it's important to take the opportunity to thank all the members who have also participated in numerous briefings and meetings and discussions in advance of today. They've been very actively engaged in the process, asking challenging questions and looking for opportunities to improve the Council's financial position, and that collaborative approach is very much appreciated. So the Chief Executive has already outlined some of the key messages and challenges from this budget round. It has been a hugely challenging process, and there has been changes and updates late in the process, and that's led to the 2 supplementary budget reports in part that have been issued for today. So throughout the year, including in the financial strategy and briefings to members, we've emphasised that the 24-25 budget needs to be considered in the medium-term 5-year context. And page 20 shows the projected funding gap over a 5-year period, totalling 62.5 million, based on our current assumptions, and of that, 30.8 million falls in 24-25. As the Chief Executive has mentioned, officers have been clear in all the financial reports that the only route through the financial challenges facing the Council is to look at increasing council tax, increasing income and reducing our costs. And these are the actions that we as a Council will have to take to get to a balanced position during the period of the financial strategy. Officers do understand that these decisions are difficult. However, decisions such as those recently taken on the SPR, the introduction of brown bin charges and the increase in school pool charges are all necessary to try to get the Council back on a sustainable financial footing. And these kind of decisions are the steps we need to take to get the Council on track financially, and they align to the TOM principles which members approved in September 23 and which are included in Appendix 2 of the report. A significant new challenge for 24-25 has been the introduction of the council tax freeze. And whilst officers recognise this may impact on the 24-25 budget, the overall approach to increasing council tax in future years must remain in place. And this is reflected in the budget models on page 21 of the agenda today, which the Chief Exec's already referred to, which show a model based on accepting the freeze and a model based on rejecting the freeze. Members will be aware from the supplementary report that there have been ongoing negotiations between COSLA and the Scottish Government on the extent of funding that is linked to the council tax freeze. And for the avoidance of doubt, at this stage in the process, what we know is that if Falkirk Council agrees to the council tax freeze, we will receive 3.845 million of funding. There is the potential for a further 1.77 million of funding to come, which would also be dependent on the council tax freeze, but that won't be confirmed until after the spring budget on the 6th of March 2024. Unfortunately, Council's not in a position to defer its decision-making on the council tax until that point, because we would not be able to make our statutory targets for setting out council tax bills at least 2 weeks in advance of the first payment. There are indications that a further £4.5 million of funding may be available for capital, as noted in the supplementary report number 2. However, some clarity is required on that funding. So again, that's not part of the decision making today. In respect to the latter 2 points, we would expect to bring a report back to Council to provide an update and, if appropriate, to include proposals for consideration by Council. So turning back to the report itself, there's just a number of areas that I would draw members' attention to. The terms of the financial settlement have already been covered in the report to Council on the 31st of January, and some updates have been provided in the supplementary papers today. A further aspect to draw to members' attention is the letter from the Cabinet Secretary for Education, which is included as Appendix 3 to the report on page 50 of the agenda. And that letter sets out the Scottish Government intention to maintain teacher numbers and regulate to protect teaching hours. COSLA are continuing to make representations to the Scottish Government on this point, but given the scale of the budget gap and the amount of the budget which is spent on education, this is a particularly challenging position for the Council. We do recognise that there remains uncertainties for the year ahead, but the information that's included in the budget report contains the best information available at this point in time. However, the budget is always based on a series of assumptions, and each year the Council has to react to changes and challenges which impact on the financial outturn, and these will be reported to members throughout the year in our executive update reports. I'll just touch briefly on the link of the budget to the council plan priorities. So paragraph 5.1.5 of the report and pages 11 to 13 show how the budget headlines in this report impact on the council's 3 priorities in the council plan. So we're continuing to work to improve how we link the council plan and the budget. But paragraph 5.1.4 highlights that this is challenging during a time of financial constraint, and the budget headlines in part demonstrate the difficult balance between the financial impact, the financial challenges and the impact on priorities. It is inevitable that there will be some negative impacts where costs are having to be reduced, but officers are working to try and mitigate those impacts as much as possible. In terms of the service budgets, including the proposed savings, these are set out in section 5.9 of the report, and fees and charges are in section 5.14. I don't propose to go through these in any detail, but note that my colleagues from the services are here to answer any questions. But I would draw members' attention to the pressures and challenges section of the report for each service. These are the areas that officers within the services have highlighted as being potentially volatile, and again, those areas will be a focus for budget monitoring moving forward. Turning to reserves, the Council's reserve policy has a range of 8.5 million to 12.4 million, and the general reserve balance as at 31st March 2024 is expected to be 11.8 million. This is comfortably within the reserves range, and no new application of reserves is proposed within the report. However, £1 million of earmarked reserves has been identified for reallocation, and officer suggestions for this are shown in paragraph 5.16.4. Turning to service concessions, previous reports and briefings to members have outlined officers' views of the use of service concessions, and that's covered in section 5.7 of the report. It is inevitable that a significant sum of service concessions will need to be applied to help balance the 24-25 position, as there's not enough recurring savings and income to balance the position. Members must understand that to avoid being in this position for 25-26 budget, difficult decisions will have to be brought to members and agreed throughout the 24-25 financial year. The risk remains that unless significant cost reductions and income increases are identified, service concessions will be quickly used up, with little opportunity to use these funds for investment areas, which are shown in paragraph 5.7.4. Section 5.18 of the report focuses on the Council's approach to community engagement, and it's noteworthy that to date there's been around 400 completed surveys and more than 3,500 clicks on the link taking people to the Participate Plus page. Community engagement is a developing area, and we will continue to innovate and improve our approach to this work with the marketing and communications team. However, the revised approach taken in 24-25 has undoubtedly reached many more people, particularly through social media, than our previous campaigns. I would like to thank the team in particular, the marketing and communications team in particular, for their work in supporting the Council to take a fresh approach to community engagement. Workforce is discussed in more detail in section 5.19, and the budget proposals for 24-25 include the reduction of employee numbers by 65.9 FTE relating to either operational savings or savings that have already been approved, and there's no reductions for members' approval today. It's important to note that there's no compulsory redundancies within that figure. And turning to equalities, this year we've published the EPIAs as part of the 24-25 budget book, and the EPIAs have also been considered by the Equalities Officer. Now, that's not to say that the process is perfect, and the new Equalities Officer will continue to work with services to improve the approach, with equalities and human rights training being rolled out to all managers in March. However, the information provided today demonstrates improvements that the Council has made in its approach to the consideration of equality impacts. So in conclusion, as we've said, it has been hugely challenging to pull together the budget for 24-25 with lots of relatively late changes. The budget set out today increases the Council's reliance on service concessions to balance the 24-25 budget. And as has been previously highlighted, this is not a sustainable approach, and we would not want that approach to continue for 25-26. Officers will continue to develop proposals to bring before members, but fundamentally the underlying structural deficit of the council has not improved and must be tackled. Importantly, the budget allocates expenditure of £465 million to provide services to support our communities and our service users. It is important that we don't lose sight of the over 700 services that our employees and partners continue to deliver and that our service users rely on. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms Templeman. Before I go to Councillor Meikle-John to move our motion, I'll go to Councillor Hannah, ask if you've got an amendment coming.
Yes, I have an amendment which was circulated to all members in advance of today.
Okay, thank you. Bailey Kerr, do you have an amendment?
No amendment.
Thank you.
Promise.
Councillor Spears?
No amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Murtagh?
I do have an amendment, Provost.
Okay, thank you. Any other independents have any amendment coming forward? No. Okay, so we'll go to Councillor Meikle-John to move our motion.
Okay, thank you, Provost. I've said for the last 7 years, each year, that this year's budget has been the most challenging, but in reality, this year has never been so true, and I'm sure Amanda would concur with that. So many moving parts, and so late in the day, it's been really been the most difficult of budgets to build. I want to pay credit to Amanda Templeman and her finance team on their support and their work and pulling a budget together, but also to the senior management team for their knowledge, understanding, and for their good counsel and patience, particularly in working through this particularly challenging budget. Council's a budget gap of 63 million over the next 5 years. We have the highest percentage gap of any other council at 14%. The reasons for such a gap is continued underfunding by the UK Government of Scottish Government. Again, this year alone, a shortfall of 500 million in the grant from the UK with no account taken for inflation. Everyone's been impacted by the cost of living crisis, and that includes councils. And then there's a financial crash, the Ukraine war, the legacy of COVID-19, all of which continues to impact at a national and global level as well as locally, and contributes to keeping inflation higher than is initially expected. However, there are specific reasons for Falkirk being in a financially challenging position that are more localised. We've had historically low council tax since pre-2011. Currently the 5th lowest, high level of service provision beyond that of other councils, low fees and charges based on benchmarking against the Scottish average in many areas, and over-reliance on using non-recurring funds to bridge budget gaps, as well as the slow pace of transformation and change and reluctance to take savings. All of which have been political choices by previous administrations, and the implication of all this has left limited ability to invest, including in the council's built estate, with a backlog of maintenance building up and unaffordable levels, and the inability to look at replacement of buildings as they reach end of life. A financial strategy that is in place to look to address this, the acute position we find ourselves in, clearly can't be addressed in a 1-year budget, but it can be addressed with a clear financial strategy if that's adhered to, and will enable the council to meet financial balance and begin to make investments for the benefit of our communities. This will, however, having to make the most challenging of decisions. That's why the administration's budget is set against the backdrop of that mid-term plan, the 5-year strategy, which provides a route towards financial sustainability and gives confidence to our communities that we can deal with the challenges before us and reach that financial stable position. This will require careful balancing of savings, additionally generated income, which will be limited, council tax, and prudent use of service concessions. Setting out a model that we feel is achievable, notwithstanding this year's commitments, but to work towards reducing reliance on service concessions and leaving and retaining a sum of service concessions which would be available in the future for investment, which will only be there if we are able to demonstrate that we can reach the financial balance through other means. The more use of service concessions to meet the budget gap, the less it's available for investment, and the resilient reliance on this will bring us closer to a financial cliff edge. It is, however, possible to see that we would be able to reach balance without, it's impossible, sorry, to see that we would reach balance without using service concessions. This year's a case in point, with significant increase in use compared to last year, in part due to having to take a pause in savings that would have come forward with the changes to the school week and to accommodate a council tax freeze. Therefore, it's important that we commit to a prudent use of service concessions on a reducing scale, giving time for savings plans to develop and come to fruition. To support that, the administration would propose to place 30 million of service concessions into an earmarked reserve to support capital investment, which can only be unlocked when it's clear that the council is more financially sustainable and could support projects such as the Falkirk Town Hall, the outcome of the Sport and Leisure PDP, local sport and leisure and wellbeing facilities, iPad regeneration the iPad learning programme and school modernisation programmes. This is an approach that other authorities have taken to ensure that there is something tangible for our communities to see and benefit on the service concessions. The remaining service concessions are then available to support helping close the budget gaps, recognising that this will be reviewed annually in line with the budget process. Falkirk has one of the lowest council taxes in mainland Scotland, which leaves us significantly lower than the Scottish average, and that has been a barrier to the council's ability to invest. However, we have to recognise we're facing a critical time for households right across Falkirk district. With the UK's government's continued cost of living crisis, a difficult decision has had to be made on balance to support the council tax freeze, as that will help everyone at this time when cost of living continues to bite. 13,000 households are already protected by council tax reduction. Those in the higher earning bracket are more able to adapt and cope with pressures of the cost of living, but it is those that are in the middle that are feeling the impact most, as they are not protected and not able to access many supports, and that is why, as a political choice, sometimes you have to do the right thing. This is based on the acknowledgement and the commitment from government that this is a one-year offer of the council tax freeze only. 5-year strategy can then be adjusted to accommodate over the period, but it will mean that there are increases in council taxes which will be required going forward as we work to bring us in line with the Scottish average. Therefore, early identification and clear delivery plans for savings will be important in order to close these future year gaps, as well as longer-term multi-year plans. It's impossible to meet a budget gap without taking savings from services. This will mean having to stop some things and reducing levels to statutory provision and transform others. One area of transformation we had hoped to take forward was around the makeup of the school year. However, following the recent letter from the Cabinet Secretary for Education, there's a need for some clarification on the aspects around the grant and teacher numbers and the implications. Therefore, deferring the savings for a year to help inform the way forward, and also having the outcome of the consultation process will then allow options to be reported back to members at a future meeting when decisions will be made. Therefore, we would agree that the consultation around the asymmetric week should continue. It would, however, be impossible to reach sustainability without savings being made from within education as the biggest spending area, and therefore we will require to make a contribution towards meeting future gaps. And it's difficult to see how that could be done without it's difficult to see how that can be done without impacting on teachers. Within the savings proposals presented by officers, we have chosen to maintain the school-based police officers, recognising the vital role they play, not just within the school community, but within the wider local community. Similarly, based on public safety, the retention of the annual firework display at Calendar Park, it's much safer to have a single organised display, placing less pressure on the blue light services than scattered home community events. Also recognising that a ticket event would cost significantly more to deliver and may then impact on the ability of those to access it. We know that there are areas of income that we can look to increase, and therefore, as part of the financial strategy, planning to work towards increasing our fees and charges incrementally towards the Scottish average, where they are currently below, and future-proofing with inflation will support the direction of travel to that financial balance, as well as supporting some innovation and income generation. Our workforce are critical to being able to deliver services. However, we know you cannot make savings of 63 million in an organisation without shrinking the size, and that will mean a reduction in workforce. Wherever possible, we will continue to seek to manage that by vacancy management, but it's not beyond the realms of possibility that at some point in the future we may need to consider redundancy. To date, that has not been necessary due to the diligent management, and I hope we'll be able to continue in that position as we move forward. Well, the outlook is very challenging. It is important to have a vision for the future, and that is what our financial strategy helps to demonstrate to our communities. It cannot be forgotten that annually we will continue to spend over 465 million delivering services that are vital to our communities. At the same time, the SNP proposals include accepting the Scottish Government's council tax freeze, protecting all households from further pressures due to the cost of living crisis, but especially those in middle income households who can't access the same supports. We welcome the commitment by the Scottish Government to the additional 17.7 million funding, which in addition to the 45 million consequentials that will flow from the UK Government, acknowledging that this is, however, dependent on the confirmation of the UK Spring Statement on 6th of March. In accepting the council tax freeze, this additional funding will restore the cash reduction within the overall local government settlement, and should flow through be confirmed, Falkirk Council's share would be 1.7 million. Therefore, the SNP will look for council agreement in principle that 600,000 of the 1.7 million is allocated to support borrowing of 7.5 million to supplement the existing 3 million which is already in the budget for the community access to schools project, and allow consideration of works at Braes and Denny High Schools, recognising this would require further report to council in due course, and therefore support a pot of 10 million targeted to sports and leisure at schools, taking consideration of the recent decision to close Bowness Recreation Centre, and will include Bowness Academy as well as Braes and Denny High Schools. Last year, there was a village regeneration allocation made to support smaller centres of population. There is an unallocated reserve from last year's budget to deal with anticipated pressures. Therefore, it's proposed that the 1 million be reallocated to investment in deprived areas across Bainsford, Langleys and Dunnipace. The decision to take the full million in this case is a direct result of agreeing to the council tax freeze, therefore taking less of the pressures away from our welfare services. The justification around the areas is based on the metrics, including the SIMD and recent investment. Officers have directed that the most suitable settlements are Bainsford and Langleys and Dunnipace. Bainsford and Langleys is currently within the 5% most deprived, with further 2 data zones within the 6 to 10 bracket. Both have shown fairly significant movement in the ranking between 2016 and 2020, and the area has a well-developed community action plan, which was launched in December 22. And while there has been some recent investment achieved by the community via community choices, there is a view of officers that additional funding would support the local regeneration needs. Similarly, Dunnipace has 1 data zone in the top 5 of the most deprived in Scotland. The Denny and Dunnipace and Lonehead Community Action Plan was published in April 22. Officers have also suggested that an allocation of specific regeneration funding would support the area following the previous community choices funding secured by the community, and would be much more in line with the council's priorities and within the Falkirk plan in making that direction. It's also noted that other areas would benefit based on the social economic metrics such as Grangemouth and Camlin, but it is the focus of regeneration in these areas is being dealt with separately through the master planning exercises of both the growth deal in Grangemouth and the master planning of Camlin. Therefore, in conclusion, Provost, while this has been an extremely difficult and challenging decision, particularly around the council tax, the administration proposal is a fiscally responsible budget, continuing a pathway to deliver financial sustainability for the future and maintain the delivery of services which are critical to our communities, while protecting households who are going through a difficult time from further pressures due to the cost of living. We will invest in our most deprived communities in consultation with them over their needs while enhancing provision for sports and leisure in areas that are currently without or have recently been impacted by decisions on closing centres. I therefore move the administration's budget, and I believe that the motion is there available for circulation.
Okay, thank you. The motion being circulated. Seconder?
Thank you, Provost. With your indulgence, before a second, I have a question directed to our Chief Finance Officer, Amanda Templeman, and I would also like to thank her especially and her team who have supported us throughout this process. Amanda, and please correct me if I'm not accurate or as near as accurate, the Labour amendment which we've read rejects the council tax freeze and means the majority of Falkirk Council area residents will need to pay an extra 7% council tax towards revenue during the severe cost of living crisis we find ourselves in just now, and that would bring in around 5.508 million. The administration motion, which accepts the Scottish Government council tax freeze, will bring in an anticipated 5.015 million, which is a marginal difference of 483,000, which equates to 0.62% council tax. This means the people of Falkirk have been asked to pay a 7% council tax increase, but receiving potentially just over 0.5% of net benefit. Can you confirm this for me, please, Amanda?
Ms Templeman.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Garner. So the 5.508 that you refer to is the income from the amount of the council tax increase that would go towards revenue. So my understanding is that the amendment is calling for an 8% increase in council tax, which would bring in 6.295 million, of which a proportion of that would be held back for capital. So the income of 7% you refer to is 5.508. If the spring budget yields the additional funds from the 62.7 million, and if 600,000 of that is taken as set aside for capital, then as you say, that would be income of 5.015 million against the 5.508 million. So that's the two comparators.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I'm happy to second and reserve the right. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Garner. We'll now go to Councillor Hannah to move her amendment.
Thank you, Provost. And I want to also say a very big thank you to Amanda, Danny, and all the officers who have brought forward this report under exceptionally challenging circumstances. And I want to say a major thank you to all the officers who have contributed to this budget report and who have been exceptionally generous with their time in terms of going over options with councillors, ensuring that we are in a position to put forward a proposal that is sustainable for the future. So thank you very much for all of that. I think we have to look at sorry, I should maybe first say that the Falkirk Labour's alternative budget is, as Amanda has said, proposing to break the council tax freeze, raise council tax by 8% and use 1% of that 8% to invest in our communities, to ring fence that money for our communities. Now, I think we have to look very carefully at this question of whether to raise council tax or not raise council tax. I mean, despite COSLA's long-running budget campaign and united calls from local authorities across the country, the Scottish Government has doggedly insisted that there was no prospect of any additional funding for councils until its 11th hour offer of 62.7 million. Even then, councils couldn't rely on an allocation which depends on the UK government's spring budget, an announcement not yet made. Gambling in this way with the arrangements which deliver vital local services does not allow Falkirk Council to deliver a competent budget if they implement a council tax freeze. Additional funding is needed now, not sometime maybe in the future. The administration's proposal is basing a budget for essential public services in the hope of jam tomorrow. Falkirk Labour is not willing to put officers in the difficult position of managing services on the basis of maybe money. And that is some of what is being talked about here. It is money that is not guaranteed. It is money that has not been committed. The Scottish Government approach has been an attempt to tie the hands of democratically elected councils. It's undemocratic and it flies in the face of the Verity House Agreement, which promised local by default, national by agreement, and the presumption in favour of local flexibility. All the councillors in this meeting today were elected by the local people of Falkirk Council area, and I'm sure every one of us promised that we would do our best to protect and defend public services. The Falkirk Council Labour Group has proposed an alternative to the SNP administration's budget. Our proposal, as I say, involves an 8% rise in council tax and a ring-fenced 1% of that, which would enable us to invest £10 million in our public services. Now, I'm not going to preach about Amanda and the Chief Executive have very clearly set out the unsustainability of the Falkirk Council budget as it stands at the moment. Every councillor in this meeting knows the financial difficulties the council's in. So, frankly, do most of our citizens. They do understand that the council is in a difficult financial situation. I suspect that every councillor in this room knows that to get Falkirk closer to a sustainable budget, it will be necessary to raise council tax. That is a reality. The freeze for this year will only put off till tomorrow or till the next financial year a bigger increase in council tax, because in order to come forward with a sustainable budget, that is the only reliable option that we have. It's interesting to note that Inverclyde Council undertook a survey of their citizens to ask if they were willing to pay more council tax in order to protect public services. Now, I have suggested on a number of occasions that perhaps Falkirk Council could do that. It was interesting to note that 2/3 of the citizens who responded to the survey said yes, they would rather pay more council tax than lose public services. And I think that's important. Nobody actually wants to pay more in tax, but our citizens recognise that if they want good public services, those public services have to be paid for. Now, since 2007, the SNP government has been reducing funding for councils in real terms every year. It doesn't provide sufficient funding to enable councils to maintain existing public services. A substantial amount of the money they do provide is ring-fenced, so the council has limited control over the money that it does get. Now, Councillor Meikle-John has said that the problem is the level of funding that the Scottish Government receive from the UK Government. This argument does not really hold water, because the Scottish Government receives £126 per person of Barnet-based funding for every £100 per person of equivalent UK Government spending in England and Wales. So the Scottish Government gets 26% more for comparable public services. The funding to the SNP government has been increasing since 2013. Audit Scotland's financial bulletin 22-23 has a graph which I wish I was able to share with the room, but can't. But if people want to see it, it's in Audit Scotland's Financial Bulletin 22-23. And what it shows is that UK government funding to the Scottish Government rose by 37%. The same graph shows that Scottish Government funding for local authorities rose by 5%. But I hear some people say there are other services that have to get some of that money, like the health service. Well, they may have needed more, but the funding for health service rose by 20% in the same time period. Inflation over that period was 24%. So we cannot rely on funding from the Scottish Government. That leaves the council, as Amanda said earlier on, there's the council tax, there's income, and there's savings. And those are the three ways in which the budget can become sustainable. We are not entirely happy about proposing a rise in council tax. Don't think that for a moment. However, we are concerned to ensure that there is protection for public services and that there is the possibility of investing more. The thing that our citizens dislike most is paying more and getting less. And that's what they've been doing over the past few years. They have been paying more and getting less. In terms of the council tax increase we are proposing, it will involve, for a Band D property, just over £2 a week. Just over £2 a week of an increase. Now, I know that our citizens are hard pressed, but our citizens are also concerned about the state of the roads. They're concerned about losing their community centres and their sports facilities. They are concerned about a great many more things, as well as the pound in their pocket. It's important to note that the budget gap is a result of political decisions over a long period of time. It's not something that happened overnight. The council's budget gap is, as Councillor Meikle-John has said, one of the biggest in Scotland, if not the biggest. But part of the reason for that has been a council tax freeze. In 2007, the SNP, Scottish Government, got elected on the basis of promising a council tax freeze and promising to replace council tax with a fairer system. The freeze or capping of council tax went on over a number of years up until 2021. If that freeze or capping of council tax had not been in place, Falkirk Council's budget gap would be over £9 million less than it is. Now, £9 million could be 300 jobs. It could have been maintenance of our community centres, maintenance of a number of our public services. Now, our communities have made clear what their priorities are, and I will leave it to my seconder to come in and give some of the details of the ways in which we would plan to invest that £10 million that this 1% will bring in. What I would like to finish with is a very clear statement. Our alternative budget is based on fact. It's based on monies that the council knows it will get, not based on maybe monies. It doesn't gamble on decisions that have not yet been made. In the event that further funds are available over the course of 2024-25 financial year, the council will be able to decide on how to use that money. What are the best ways to use that money in the interests of our citizens? Falkirk Labour is not playing politics with people's public services. Falkirk Labour is proposing protection for public services. Please, I ask everyone to support this alternative budget as a way towards a more sustainable position for the future. It's not perfect, and we don't for a moment suggest that it's perfect. It does involve us in using more of the service concessions than we would like to use. It is, however, less than the SNP administration's budget would be using. For the future, we will be happy to discuss ways in which in the future that use of service concessions can be reduced. But I would suggest that tying our hands in terms of how much can and cannot be used at this stage in a position with an unsustainable budget would be unwise.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. Seconder? Councillor Redmond.
I'm going to second the Labour budget as I believe it's in the best interest of the people of Falkirk. I would like to remind members of the council plan, which we all agreed on back in September, and namely the three top priorities of the plan and therefore the council. Number one, promoting stronger and healthier communities, promoting opportunities, educational attainment and reducing inequalities, supporting a thriving local economy and green transition. These are the three goals that motivated me to get into politics, to make a positive change for the better. I'm sure all councillors would agree that's what we want for Falkirk. At 5.1.3 of the report, it says the number one enabler to deliver on these priorities is financial sustainability. And that is why this budget is so important today, because everything we deliver as a council, education, social work, care services, roads, sport and leisure, all hinges on the budget that we decide today. And as is clearly set out at 5.77 of the report, the means available to members to balance the budget are increasing council tax, increasing fees and charges, or cutting public services. If we accept the Humza Yousaf council tax freeze, then inevitably that means more cuts to vital public services, which have already been cut to the bone. Damaging cuts are not something that the Falkirk Labour Group can support. So therefore, we moved a budget with an 8% council tax rise, which will raise 6.7 million with 1% ring-fenced to allow for £10 million of vital capital investment across the Falkirk area. As part of this, we will more than double the roads resurfacing budget with an additional £4 million, taking the total programme up to £7 million, which will deliver a noticeable difference to everyone across the Falkirk area. A lot of thought went into deciding to go for the rise, which will mean that people in Band D homes will be asked to pay an extra £9 per month. We had to balance this up against the current cost of living crisis, which is affecting families across the Falkirk area, against the potential impacts of the cuts which would have to be made if we do not put up council tax. We were also reassured by the statement at 5.88 of the report, which indicated that 13,000 low-income households across Falkirk would be unaffected by the rise thanks to the UK Government's council tax reduction scheme. Through difficult circumstances, Falkirk Labour have been able to craft a budget that we believe is fair, protects against unpalatable cuts and reduces the council's overall budget gap in a meaningful way. Though the council will still be in a difficult financial position, we will have taken an important step in the right direction. The Falkirk Labour budget is the only credible option here today. The SNP's, on the other hand, rips a sizable chunk out of children and families' budget, brings to an end the council's handyman service, which has been described as a real lifeline to people, squanders millions in crucial service concessions, and only kicks the can down the road to next year, where we would undoubtedly see a double-digit council tax rise. So I'll say it again, if we want to move to a financial sustainability for Falkirk Council, then the Labour budget is the only credible option here today. And I've got a few questions if I could ask. Is that right? So the first one was on 5.84 of the report. So the council will receive 3.84 million if we accept the council tax freeze. And obviously we've heard that that's 150,000 short of officer estimates. And then the officers have said we'll take into account the £1.2 million reduction in our core grant, which takes it down again to 2.6 million. There's also an £819,000 reduction in our core capital grant. Why would we not take that into account as part of the reduction as well? Because that is a reduction in our budget and that money will need to be found somewhere else.
Is that the first question?
Yeah, that's the
Councillor
first question.
Ms Templeman?
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Redmond. The 819,000 is considered as part of the capital budget because it's part of the general capital grant, and that reduction isn't linked in any way to council tax freeze or council tax freeze monies. It's just an overall reduction in the capital grant that's happened. And I suppose the financial settlement report that went to the 31st of January 2024 tried to pull some of the strands together and present the revenue and capital together in that one report. But there is, as you say, a reduction in capital grant.
Because if they're telling us we're getting an extra 3.8 million, but they're taking 1.2 million off us, then they're taking 819 out the capital grant. Then they're also looking at taking money out the new build housing grant as well. Have we got confirmation yet how much they're going to be taking out of that?
Sorry, thank you, Provost. Councillor Redmond, we are not anticipating for 24-25 that there'll be an impact for Falkirk Council because of the affordable housing grant, and that's mainly because of the way we've already drawn down funds in advance. So we'll be due certain funds for developments that will be happening that will have straddled 23-24 and 24-25. We'll already have drawn that funding down to the maximum that we could, and so we weren't anticipating that having an impact for us. It could have an impact in future years if it continues, but we don't have that level of detail yet.
Yeah, just to kind of add on to that, you know, we're saying we're getting an extra 3.8 million. We're losing money out, 1.2 out the revenue, 0.8 out the capital. We've got housing money getting taken out as well. It feels as if there's actually no new money coming forward. It actually feels as if they're moving money around existing council budget.
You got another question, Councillor?
So the next question I'll move on to is at page 21, 5.6.4. So if the council tax is frozen, it's saying an 11% rise next year. Is that minimum that the officers, or maximum that the officers would recommend, or do you think that will, what would happen if we didn't do that? Is that the only sustainable way?
Thank you, Provost and Councillor Redmond. I think what I would say is that these are really just illustrative models. There's probably a 1,000 different ways you could model these, and you know, as officers, we wouldn't necessarily make recommendations on specific levels of council tax. So what we've done is just tried to work out a model that would accept all the savings that we've identified to date, assume some future savings, and then sort of model out what that council tax increase could look like to try and get us to a balanced position in year 5. So I suppose when it comes down to the 25-26 budget, members would make that decision on the level of council tax. So it's really just for illustrative purposes.
Thanks. And then just my last question kind of follows on from Councillor Garner's question. At page 25, with an 8% rise, it's 6.2 million we're raising. There's assumed growth of 400,000, so we've got an extra 6.6 million with Labour's council tax rise. The SNP are relying on 3.8 million. So by us doing our council tax rise, we're bringing in an extra 2.9 million, just under 3 million, rather than going for the Scottish Government's council tax freeze money. So I just thought I'd put that on record because it was suggested earlier on that it was only $1 million, but it's actually 2.9, and it's enabling 1% of it's ring fenced to enable £10 million of investment.
Is that a question?
Probably just coming back on points that were made earlier, just clarifying, which I think was a bit of misinformation put out earlier on. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay,
cheers. That's all. That's everything. Thank you.
Provost, apologies. I need 19.1 that.
Okay,
what I said earlier was was clarified by the Amanda Templeman, so it wasn't misinformation, Jack.
I thought, well, you said it was only $1 million.
Are you doubting
extra?
Are you doubting?
No,
it's
it's in the paper here.
Okay, we'll leave that at that. So, do we need a recess to discuss the amendments and gather your thoughts? Or do you want to straight to the debate?
I would be asking for a recess, Provost, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's have a short recess.
Provost, would it
Oh,
be
my
possible?
apologies, Councillor Murtagh.
Would it be possible, because there's been some things said there, would it be possible to ask some questions that would help in going into the recess to inform discussion? Would that be possible?
What would the question be?
Well, I suppose, I mean, we've just had that exchange between Councillor Edmund and Councillor Gardner, and I suppose I haven't had the opportunity, obviously, as anybody has to question the administration on their motion, having just seen it. But that question about the 5% funding, there are some questions in terms of the finances, which I think it would be useful to clarify before discussion. Basically, I would like to ask them, if just a couple, if possible.
Or could we just perhaps ask him in the debate then?
No,
that would
but,
be fair.
Well, it's up to you, Rob, but it's your decision. But the thing is that I'm not clear the basis of the administration's motion just now, because their point 2, for example, where they're saying that the council tax freeze delivers the equivalent to 5%, isn't drawn out in the papers. And Councillor Garner there has brought in information in relation to potential future monies, which were alluded to, but that's not in the balance of their budget at all. So, but yet they're referring to the 5% as if that is. So these are actually quite fundamental questions about what are the administration basing their budget on, because there are things in the motion, for example, at 3.3b, that information looks like it's about service concessions at a point where the council is in a sustainable position, which isn't going to be in 24-25. So I don't understand the basis of the motion to go away and debate it, to be away and discuss it.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll have the recess and we'll come back and have the debate, and then we can raise these points at the debate. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We'll now go to debate. So if there's any questions anybody wants to ask, Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Provost. I just have a few comments off the back of the SNP's motion, which we received last night. Both in my role as the shadow education portfolio holder, considering that a lot of the suggestions involve that. As an employee of children and family social work and as a mother, I've got a lot of grave concerns about the SNP's willingness to accept the freeze, knowing the dire position of Falkirk's finances. No information has actually been provided to say what the cuts in children's services really mean. If there was obvious savings to be made, then they would have been taken by now. The reality is that children's services has already been cut to the bone before the SNP take another £600,000. There are currently 7,000 children living in poverty in Falkirk. If there was a spare £600,000 that could be utilised better, I'm sure that children's services have a number of areas where that money could be reinvested. The reality of the proposed cuts mean losing services that provide a lifeline for our most vulnerable families. Whilst preventive work may not be a legal requirement, make no mistake, these services are vital in the prevention of traumatic life experiences, and they may go some way to ensuring positive outcomes for those who rely on them. This is clearly reflected in the Equality and Poverty Impact Assessment, which outlines that if we don't engage in preventative work, problems will escalate and families will end up requiring more intensive support from services. Ultimately, it costs us more. And it's not just children's services that are at risk with this SNP budget. Slashes to school budgets are being proposed at a time when we're being advised that schools need significant investment. Falkirk Labour want to raise vital funds to invest in the future of our young people. Labour's budget will see the essential funding allocated to schools that is required. This isn't a frivolous spend, it is a vital investment for the future. And although it's somewhat reassuring that the SNP hope to potentially earmark funds for the Braes and Denny for sports provision, it is interesting that Bowness was not included in their motion, specifically given the recent impact on the community following the SNP and Tory decision to close the rec centre.
Sorry, Councillor Sinclair, could you refrain from? Thank you.
Apologies.
Thank you, Provost. In 2019, this council acknowledged that we're living through a climate crisis. In the 5 years since, not enough action has been taken to prevent nor protect against the impact of climate change. This report states that we are at high risk of not meeting our net zero targets due to insufficient capital funding. That comes down to a decision at local government level, and local government are who will tackle these issues. If we're serious about mitigating the impacts of climate change, we can't wait another year. Investment is needed now. The 250,000 proposed in Labour's budget will see tangible progress being made in flood prevention, as well as supporting community facilities to transition to green energy. These projects will protect residents now and in the future. None of us want to see an increase in council tax for our residents. In an ideal scenario, the SNP government would have fully funded this freeze, but they haven't. Accepting the freeze means approving a budget which will see a marked decline in all the services in our area. Amongst these cuts, we're being asked to sell off the education and well-being of our young people while simultaneously running headfirst into a climate crisis. The SNP claim that the council tax freeze protects the poorest in our community. It's quite the opposite.
A minute left, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. Cuts in education and social care are political choices. Labour's budget is taking national politics out of our decision making and putting the best interests of our residents at the forefront. Thank you, Provost.
Provost, 19-1.
Thanks very much, Councillor Patterson. What's your 19-1?
It's in relation to the comment around bonus, just for clarification. While it doesn't exactly indicate in the motion bonus, there is something already in the capital budget that indicates 3 million for bonus.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Murtagh.
Apologies, Provost. Yeah, I just want to ask some questions first and then come back into the debate later on potentially.
Okay.
So it's for Amanda, really, because I think they're one of the things that is a complex scenario and the modelling, which broadly starts on page 21 of the report and goes over on page 22. And we've all seen that, the two scenarios that have been modelled. And one of them is to take the freeze and one of them is to increase the council tax. And I suppose one of the things which is quite confusing, I think, for the public is to ask about the budget gap. So that budget gap, that first figure which we've got is 30.84 million in this year, where it says budget gap 5% council tax, that means that is the budget gap with a 5% council tax increase. And when we look at the gap, that has to be added back on, as I understand it. Is that correct, Amanda?
Ms Templeman.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. Yes, that's right. So we have worked the gap up based on the assumption that we'll get 5% council tax every year. For the amendments, the motion and amendments, we've shown it where we're adding that back and then showing the complete impact of the full council tax increase. That makes sense.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really grateful for that, and I think it is really important to be transparent about that from a public point of view, because although we got that information back, what it means is when you look at the other, the table where we're looking at rises, when it says council tax increases in the second row down, what that means is increases over and above that 5%. That means if you take all the savings suggested, we still need to increase the council tax by this additional amount above the 5% in order to get to where we want to do with balanced budget, even at that is using service concessions. So is that a correct estimation of what that means? And what I suppose, just to, before you ask you loads of questions, what I was saying before is that in the SNP's motion about the equivalent funding of 5% from the Scottish Government on the council tax freeze, the 147 million might be equivalent to that, but because of the cut in the core budget, our report tells us that doesn't really come off the bottom line. So it's not really, without considering additional money, which is not in the SNP's budget this time round, that's not really correct, is it? There's a 5% on that gap as illustrated in that table.
Okay, Ms Templeman.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. So firstly, in terms of the way the models are constructed, you're right. The income that comes from council tax increases on the second line in red in brackets is additional to the 5% assumptions. And I suppose ultimately what we're saying is our gap is 62.5 million. and we are looking to balance that between a combination of council tax increases and savings. And that's so the figures in the total column for council tax increases and savings should come back to 62.5 million. That's how the models have been constructed.
Sorry, on you go. Sorry.
Just in terms of the 5%, I think I had referenced this in the 31st of January financial settlement report, where if we were to net off the £1.2 million reduction in financial settlement, the funding of the 144 would come to approximately 3.3% of a council tax increase. Should the additional funding come from the spring budget, that would replace that 1.2, and then arguably we would have that 5%.
Okay, but just to be clear, in the basis of the SNP's budget that's presented for us to agree in this paper, that additional money is not included. But in the motion, it's saying it's a 5% fund, but it isn't a 5% funded increase. It's a 3.3%. And these two things are confusing because the SNP are not counting that money, as I understand it. And as a question for Amanda, it's not counted in that balanced budget that was asked to put forward. But in the motion, it's saying it's 5%, but you're saying it's 3.3.
Well, I suppose firstly, you're correct that the additional monies are not included in the budget proposals at this point in time. I think in terms of item 2 on the motion, it could be argued either way. You could either argue that the 144, if you just look at that in isolation, covers the 5%, or if you net it off against the reduction in financial settlement, it covers 3.3%. And I think that's
with respect, what I'm asking you, Amanda, is that you've put these illustrations, the way it's presented to us in the papers, which is what we've got to base our decisions on, is that the modelling of the budget gap is contingent on a 5%, like coming off the budget gap. We are not talking about whether the 147 million by itself represents that 5%. In terms of the budget gap, it doesn't represent 5%. It represents 3.3 as it stands, as we know. So it's not, that's why I'm asking you to confirm that that's what the papers tell me, but the motion says otherwise. So it's really important that that's transparent with the public. And I think you have confirmed that. But what I want to move on to is that in that modelling, so the first model where you accept the freeze, and again, that model predicates taking all of the motions, all the savings, which the SNP have not. So that's why their budget, the savings concession use is higher. But therefore, as you alluded to, years 2, 3, 4 and 5 are down in our predictions as 11%, 10.5%, 10%, 9% rises. And that's if we take all the savings, as you're saying, that will come forward, that officers may have to bring forward. So I suppose that's what I'm asking you to confirm, is that the basis of a modelling for the council tax freeze is already out because all the savings are not taken. So the likelihood is that if we can't argue for a 10% or whatever increase this year, we're not even going to have to argue for 11% increase next year. It's probably going to be more than that.
Okay, Ms Templeman, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. I think, firstly, what I would say is these two models, they are illustrative. They're examples of developed by officers of what it could look like to accept the freeze and to reject the freeze. And so there's a series of assumptions in there. You're quite correct. Both models assume that all the savings are taken. Both models assume at least a 5% increase each year. But these models will change and develop as time goes on. So, I think I referenced it in my presentation earlier that officers will be continuing to try and develop proposals to bring forward for councillors to consider. So they are illustrative at this point, but they do assume the full savings are taken, and on that basis, there's an estimate of what that council tax increase could look like.
Okay. Can I ask a question in relation to those savings potential? I mean, from what I understand it, that would include things that we have already rejected as a council, like home school transport, for example, having to come back. I'm not making a comment on that and you know, judging. I'm just saying, as a point of fact, it's likely that officers will have to bring back significant savings, which every saving is unpalatable, but that we've already rejected, and they're included within that assumption of potential future savings.
Thank you. So obviously the future year savings aren't set out and brought as part of this budget for approval, but there will undoubtedly be savings in there that would come back that have previously been considered by members and rejected, and that, I think, reflects the nature of how difficult it is to find that quantum of savings within our budget. So yeah, I would anticipate that being the case.
Okay. As I mentioned, Provost, before the break, I'm slightly confused about what it means, and potentially officers, I don't know, you could clarify. The 3B in the administration motion, so the officers are set out again on that table in 21 and 22 about the future use of service concessions and the wording around their future use and being on financial sustainability, which is a concept I hope we all get to, but it's very difficult to define when that would be, and so I suppose it's what does that mean in terms of this year's budget for a proposal coming forward that says agree to set aside £30 million of service concessions? Would that mean that, well, potentially, and whenever we get to that point, 28, 29 or whatever, that's already ring fenced in there? But again, we could change that in future years. I mean, what does it actually mean to officers, that proposal, so that I can understand it?
Would you like to take that again and try and explain what financial sustainability is?
Thank you, Provost. I think my understanding of 3B is really setting out a sort of a signal of intent, really, to say that that's what the direction of travel and the proposed path is to set out ring fence at least £30 million of service concessions. And I suppose part of that arguably is that we need to get into, as a council, get into a mindset that we don't have that full quantum of service concessions available to us to spend if we want to invest 30 million. So we have the balance of that. I think the question about when would we get to a point where we feel comfortable in being able to apply that 30 million is challenging, because I'm not quite sure that we could define it at this point in time. I think we would have to be seeing a position where our budget gap is reducing significantly, our reliance on non-recurring measures to balance the budget is reducing significantly, and as a council and as officers, we would have more comfort and reassurance that balancing the budget on an annual basis is becoming more achievable without these sort of big injections of funding. Given that we are applying in either any of the scenarios, we will be applying more service concessions than we did last year. That sort of demonstrates that we're not in that position to apply that investment at this point in time. So my understanding is that this is really setting out a sort of signal of intent to say that that is the aim of the administration. Thank you.
That's really helpful. Now, I think that's the thing. So I've now clarified in my mind that is a statement of intent for future years potentially, but not necessarily. It's got nothing to do with spend that would be in this year's budget. It's a statement of intent as per what is put down by officers in the papers, just like the things that are put down by officers in the paper for potential double-digit council tax increases. The motion, and for the transparency of, so I did not get to move my procedural motion, and I respect the decision of the chair on that. But it was in relation to the asymmetric week and the proposals on the asymmetric week. And again, in the administration's motion, they are talking about that going ahead in terms of the consultation on it. And I have an alternative, which I'll later move. But fundamentally, my procedural motion was related to understanding more about that, the importance of understanding more about that procedure. And it's contained within the budget report. So I suppose to ask officers, this was contained in the budget report, and it's not proposed by any budget here that we take that in this financial year. But was it intended? I mean, basically the information in the EPIA indicates that it was intended to be implemented in August, and therefore it's come out. So it's to get clarity on why it's in the budget book when it's not part of proposals.
Okay, Ms Algie.
Thank you, Provost. Provost, I'm happy to pick that question up. Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. It is in the budget booklet as an intention, you're absolutely right, and you'll see that an intention would be to carry out the consultation. You'll also see in the budget booklet, as Amanda said earlier, that we received just in the last couple of weeks a letter from the Minister setting out intentions with regard to teacher numbers. So we do need clarity on that to better understand that prior to bringing a proposal to members. So we would be seeking that clarity and seeking the views of stakeholders, parents, pupils on that option. And then it would all be brought back to members at the same time for you to consider in the round at a later date.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. I think, I mean, obviously, you know, it's caused some considerable concern on parents who've not had the clarity about suddenly being told there's a proposal, but it's not a proposal. And so it's really important that we are transparent, and the administration motion does make it clear that they wish to consult. So have you got a framework about how you wish to consult and what that would involve? And because obviously, and I will move later, that my preference would very much be that that's debated at an Education, Children and Young People's Executive, so that even the framework of what the proposal is and how it might be consulted on could go there. But if this is a proposal now to consult, what is the proposal? What does the proposal mean? You know, I think that's really important that councillors understand and the public understand what the proposal actually is, and how it's going to be consulted on, for us to make a decision on it today, whether it needs to be agreed to consult or whether we need more information before we agree that. So can somebody outline more about what that means?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. Provost, in the budget book, you'll note that there is no recommendation regards the consultation, so it's not part of the debate today. And the work on the consultation will certainly be done, and that will set out fully what the proposals are and provide some answers to what we would consider to be frequently asked questions to the relevant stakeholders. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Murtagh.
I'll come back to make. I'll have a think about things, as I think that's always important. But I'm confused then, because what the administration's proposal, I'm just trying to find it, does say is that, I think it's point 4, agree that following the recent letter from Cabinet Secretary, etc., a report should be brought back to members on any potential implications on the proposals to changes to school week, but this should not delay the consultation taking place. But to my mind, there's no agreement that we will consult. So maybe it's for the Chief Governance Officer to advise, do we need to debate what a proposal is to go out to consultation? Do we need to see what it is? Because I don't know how we're consulting and what we're consulting on. And that's important if we're being asked by the administration to make a decision on it.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll go to Mr. Moody.
No.
Okay. I'll come back in later, Provost, with you.
Is that you finished, Councillor Murtagh?
I'm finished for now, Provost. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. So just for clarity, in case members are wondering who the officer is in the yellow top, his name's Mark Fairley, and he's the IGB Interim Finance Officer, in case everybody was wondering who is. So welcome, Mark. So
thank you.
Okay. Councillor Flynn.
Yep. Thank you, Provost. Thank you very much indeed. First, two questions. Firstly, a question for Amanda regarding the budget gaps. I don't know who mentioned it earlier. Time seems to fly. Someone said that we, as a council, had the biggest or one of the biggest budget gaps this year at 30.8 million. But checking online on a statement online with 7 other sample local authorities, we are not the biggest on that sample. So could Amanda tell us where we actually stack up in terms of all councils across Scotland, where exactly we are, just for clarification?
Okay, thanks, Councillor Flynn. Ms Temple?
Thank you, Provost. Thanks, Councillor Flynn. I don't know the answer to the position for 24-25 at this stage. We haven't, as far as I'm aware, that information hasn't been collated, although I see a number of budget reports are out where councils are setting out not only their 24-25 gap, but also their sort of more medium-term gaps. The Accounts Commission did publish their Local Government in Scotland Financial Bulletin for 22-23 in January of this year. So that was looking back at 22-23. And in that document, Falkirk had the highest budget gap as a percentage of the net cost of services in mainland Scotland. Now, Orkney and Shetland both sat above Falkirk, but in mainland Scotland, Falkirk had the highest percentage budget gap, which was 6.1% of our net cost of services in 22-23. And I would anticipate that we will still have one of the highest for 24-25.
So thank you, Amanda. So it's the ratio, the percentage, rather than the actual physical amount in millions that we're comparing it with, isn't it?
Yes, I think that's probably the best comparator to use.
Okay, no, thank you for that. My second question, thank you, Provost, is coming back to the children's services. Just for clarity, have any of the 3 budget proposals proposed not taking these savings of 600k from children's services, so that obviously we may not need to have the consultation that was referred to earlier?
Right, so
can I answer in relation to our amendment? The £600,000 that the Falkirk Labour Group is saying we will not take out is for children's services, but it's preventative social work services. There is no figure in the budget, as I understand it, although Karen or Amanda will confirm, there's no figure in the budget for the asymmetric week issue. And it has not appeared in our motion on the basis that it is not a saving that is in there.
Okay, Ms Aldi?
Provost, just to provide some clarity as well, that in terms of the budget book, the £600,000 is there for members to take a decision on. The consultation we were referring to earlier relates to the Learning Week, which is set out separately, but it's not set out in the budget book for a decision by members today.
Okay, thanks very much. Does that answer your question, Councillor Flynn?
Yes, it does, Provost. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Any other questions? No.
No.
Provost. Billiker.
Probably no question. Can I make a statement at this point, Provost?
Carry on.
Provost, it's been a very difficult and frustrating budget year, as many colleagues have already stated, and trying to get an agreed balanced budget while having your hands tied behind your back. The council tax freeze was something that no one expected to be brought forward, as councils expected to raise the council tax by quite a bit because of the deficit. When we were told that there was extra money coming for the council freeze, for councils who kept the council freeze, I personally feel that that is not a way that you treat any local authority. and no matter what political party you're involved in. And I'm sure that there's been many sleepless nights regarding the council tax this year. Many political parties have said that the council tax is unfair and needs to be changed. However, no one has come up with an alternative. And how can we charge people for their council tax when we're taking the prices for 1990 house prices? That firstly needs to be looked at going forward. And it comes down to we've debated and we've debated and we've debated. Do we support a budget that presents cuts, or how it's presented in the papers as savings, as cuts? Increase fees such as the brown bins, the bulk uplifts, increased parking, uplift in cemeteries and crematorials, which affects everyone, as well as increasing the council tax. Or do we accept all the above or have no council tax freeze, with no council tax rise? Everyone keeps on saying that the vulnerable and the poor are affected. What about the families who have been in the household works? What about the families who struggle to make ends meet, who get no help? Who helps them? We keep asking them to pay and pay and pay. The pot only goes on for so long until there's nothing left in the pot for them. None of this is great for the people of Falkirk. So what we're being asked is to vote for the worst best. The people of Falkirk will need to know, no matter which we vote today, either for the motion or any of the two amendments, the council tax will need to be set a lot higher than it has been in past years. So it's very frustrating, Provost, and very difficult for it to come to a decision. And before we go to the, if there is a vote before lunch, I would like to listen to the debate by everybody else, but I still feel that our group, because there is many views in our group, even though there is only 4 years, I would like a recess for to get a come to a decision, Provost, if that's...
So you would like to hear more of the debate, then have a recess? Okay. Yeah. Anyone else? Councillor Boyce.
Thank you. I'm that one for you, Amanda. Looking at the numbers, and I'm looking what the benefit is to the general revenue account directly. So if you've got, and I'm taking the figures from page 25 of the book, so it shows that the 8% taxation proposed by the Labour group is 6.695 million, and under 5%, which would be the equivalent of the council tax freeze, would be 4,335. I agree that due to demographics, that there is a reduction in our budget this year, if I remember right. That's what was advised. But that 1.2 million would actually come off both sets, whether it's the council tax increase or the freeze. And then on top of that, the Labour group are advising 900,000 for capital. Again, that would come off of your general revenue account. If you do that, subtract the two numbers, I get a number, and it may be a kind of roundish number, but 1.46 million. So I'm asking you, are we going to, if we go with an 8%, are we going to ask the people of Falkirk for 6.695 million
to get a difference of 1.46 million in actual clear revenue to the general fund.
Okay, we'll go to Ms Templeman again. You've been put in the spot today.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Bowes. I'm not sure I'm quite following some of the figures. I suppose what I would say is that, first of all, the budget gap that is the starting point for the budget for both Labour and administration assumes the reduction of 1.2. So that's built in there, and you in the Labour motion, sorry, the Labour amendment shows the 0.8 million of borrowing costs being added to the gap, but that's offset by the money coming in from the council tax increase. So the net position is a benefit of 5.5 million on the Labour motion. Now, I think I'm not quite sure where where your 1.146 is coming from. So apologies for that, but I think the difference will be from the 5.5. If you look at it from the 5.5, the difference will be from the 5.5 and the 3845. But there'll also be the 800,000 for capital.
Sorry, and sorry, that's what I was talking about. So I was actually talking directly on the general revenue account. So when you take the capital, you need to take the capital money out of that as well. And when you subtract the benefit in both, you get to a figure about we'll say 1.5 million for round numbers is the difference between the two proposals, actually going into the general revenue account, taking out the capital and taking out the 1.2 deficit, which we both proposals have to deal with.
Yeah. Was you looking for a response on that, or was that just you kind of?
No, I think we're actually both kind of close to the same number, and so I'm quite happy to accept that.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? Councillor Steinberg.
Yeah, I have a question and a contribution, Provost. I'm just looking, and it'll probably be a question for either Karen or Amanda. I'm happy for either. It's 5.4.3. I think I asked this in the context of the appendixes, which in my opinion show a bit of a chaotic flurry of interventions from Scottish Cabinet members when it started to be clear how councils and in this council, how the administration intended to react to the council tax freeze and further resource cut in order to balance the budget. I think 5.4.3 talks about the prescription of hours within teaching. Obviously, that's been a statement by the Education Secretary. Has there been any corresponding indication from the Finance Minister of a resource uplift for councils to deal with the increased teacher numbers? And obviously, some councils who already don't have a Friday afternoon school hours to deal with that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Provost, thank you. Councillor Steinbeck, thank you for your question. No, I'm not aware of anything coming back from the Finance Minister in that regard to date.
Okay, so I would still say that's a relatively indicative policy. So I do think, and I appreciate all the comments made earlier about the consultation process in reaction to, say, extensive question from Councillor Nutter. I'm just going to go into my contribution, if that's okay, Provost. I think, in my opinion, the Labour amendment today is a budget that invests in the future of Falkirk's people and Falkirk services. I think picking up on the concerns people are raised about middle earners, they're concerns that I share. I think the people of Falkirk know what the Scottish Government policy opinion on income tax for middle earners is. I think everybody now knows about their squeamishness about taxing record oil and gas giants' profits as well. In my opinion, I'd rather listen to a young mother who was engaging with me, and I appreciate one of the directors about cuts to children's services in the last week. I don't think the freeze should be accepted. It does hee-haw to help low-income families, and it's just a political stunt. I think this corresponds to the thinking of previous administrations as well as the administration last year when they raised council tax by 7%, and I'm unsure why that potential thinking might have changed. The capital report at 5.4.6 outlines 3 options for the council to be able to enable additional capital investment in the town that we all should have extensively looked at. Additional borrowing, I think that's been imprudent since the Tories crashed the economy a couple of years ago, and certainly service concessions use, which has been hampered by being further from financial sustainability, which is in no large part due to consistent underfunding by the SNP Scottish Government. The other option is to ring-fence 1% council tax rise for capital borrowing. This is a difficult choice that Falkirk Labour have accepted. This cannot be done if we allow ourselves to be forced into a council tax freeze, and the council must decide whether it does this now. I think if we turn down the Falkirk Labour plan today, we won't only have to find the extra revenue funding provided from our revenue budget through more one-off service concession funding and more cuts as the administration propose, we will also be turning down £10 million investment that is available today. And we must find £900,000 somewhere in our already stretched capital programme to meet the cut to our capital budget. Then we received the SNP plan last night, which, far from investing in fundamental services, is waiting around for further funding without money being currently available. As I think Councillor Hannah very aptly put it, jam tomorrow, which cannot be factored into accomplishing our statutory duty of setting a budget today. And in effect, wish list budget from the SNP to masquerade the impact of the council tax freeze, will Falkirk Labour have put up a budget that will invest today. Falkirk Labour's plan puts £4 million more to our roads programme. We've listened to the people of Falkirk when they say our road condition is unacceptable, and we've listened clearly to our officers when they say further substantial investment is required to stop the roads getting worse, and I would imagine more expensive to fix down the line. We can guarantee this today with Labour's plan. We've put £1 million forward for road drainage improvement works, another priority clearly spelt out by our constituents who want to see substantial improvements to the drains. We can guarantee this today with Labour's plan. Falkirk Labour has put £1 million forward to start getting on with a shovel-ready scheme to improve flood defences in Dunmore and to start progressing flood alleviation schemes in West Quarter, Letham, Reading, Muirhead, Maddiston and Larbert. We can guarantee this today with Labour's plan. Further investment of £1.5 million in ICT that will keep thousands of PCs in our schools and takes pressure off the Connected Falkirk plan that I know all elected members want to make sure is sustained going forward, as well as a further £500,000 into corporate ICT so that we can allow services to use their already strained budgets to deliver service rather than mitigate IT failings. I'm pretty sure all councillors personally can appreciate the need for this. Thanks, Provost. An additional £250,000 to a net zero community fund to allow asset transfer groups who can show reduced carbon emissions from their proposed works to access more funding. I think after the SPR decision last month, I think this is something that will be recognised and welcomed. This will give a better chance for communities to retain financially and environmentally sustainable assets. We can guarantee this today with Labour's plan, and I think we've re-emphasised our commitment to recreation by investing an additional £250,000 to accessible play parks upgrades. This is a substantial commitment to making sure recreation can be available for all young people. We can guarantee this today with Labour's plan. We're putting £0.9 million, and I think other members might have got confused. It was £800,000 in borrowing, £900,000 to absorb the atrocious cuts to our capital budget. This will allow us to keep essential programmes progressing. We can guarantee this today with Labour's plan. This is the choice we face. Falkirk Labour chooses to invest. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Steinbeck. We'll go to Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Provost. Setting a balanced budget is clearly easier said than done, especially when the backdrop of the significant amount of uncertainty in society around budgets and the tightening of spending in all areas. But let's not pretend that this is a new issue. There has been pressure on public budgets over the last 15 years, given the continued austerity agenda progressed by governments since the 2010 general election. But that's not something we can change here in this place. Of course, we can't change decisions of the past either. When presented with opportunities to transform unsustainable service delivery, the warnings were not heeded and decisions made kicked these issues down the road to today. That said, I'll reiterate the point I made at our budget meeting last year. Our responsibility is to deliver services across the area using the £460 million budget we have at our disposal. So we can opine about the things we can't change all we want. That doesn't fix the problems we face today. I've heard comment about priorities. And it's clear from my mailbox that the priority for most constituents is that their household incomes are under significant strain, especially those on middle incomes. Hard-working people struggling to make ends meet to heat their homes and put the lights on. That is the reality of the UK in 2024. But putting further pressure on the people we were elected to serve by hiking their council tax bill by 8 or even 10%, as I've heard someone say, is not the answer. The budget we put forward freezes that council tax bill for the next year and delivers services. As difficult as it may be for some to accept, this freeze has been funded by the Scottish Government. Turning now to the proposals in my own portfolio. Changes to the Learning Week are undoubtedly an emotive subject. Discussions I have had, however, with our interim director and interim head of education, as well as head teachers, have reiterated their determination to contribute to changing how we deliver services while sustaining the outcomes for our young people and wee people. Their determination is unquestionable, as is mine, and I'd like to thank them all for their work in developing these proposals and bringing them forward, knowing that they are enormously challenging. That said, it's important that we take time to understand the proposal. That is why our budget defers implementation to allow proper consultation with communities, consideration of those responses, and further work to ensure the model we ultimately build will achieve the outcomes we all want for our children and contribute to the way in which we as a council deliver services in a sustainable way, both now and in the future, and continues to present best value. With that, Provost, I'm going to conclude with an ask of opposition members. Don't pile further pressure on households who are currently struggling to make ends meet. Accept the council tax freeze, accept our budget, and support those who most need it now, and support the delivery of services today and into the future. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Sinclair. Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost. And I think since I'm following a fellow Star Wars lover, which I don't think is a 19-1 offence, I'd say that we have to be really clear with what we're saying to the public when we're talking about, the transparency of what's going to happen in future years. Yes, it's one thing to say that by taking a council tax freeze this year, that their household incomes, in general terms, in terms of the council tax, will be protected. But if we're saying, these are not the figures we're looking for next year, we just ignore what's in the report in terms of the 11, 10%, 9% that's going to come down the line, the effect that's going to have, then you can't possibly argue that. You can't say, only for this year only, we're going to do this thing for you, but actually you will be hit in future years and just pretend that isn't there. That's not transparent. What's also important, and I agree with what others have said and be very clear about this, it is a disgraceful situation that the Scottish Government have placed us in, and that's unanimously acknowledged by COSLA, as is that this is not a council tax, a fully funded council tax freeze. What that means is 3.3% of the money available on the increase is covered by council tax if we accept it. But what it also means is that we are placed over a barrel in terms of our ability to make decisions, because as seen in the papers, what officers put in their modelling was a 9.5% increase if we took all the savings. Nobody's wanting to take all the savings, so that 9.5% increase would have to be higher. And if you add on another percentage for capital, that's 10.5%. And that still means we would have to say to people next year, potentially, you're going to have 9.5%, 10%. And we have to be really honest about that. Pretending to the people of Falkirk that we're going to protect them for 1 year is not a responsible way forward. And it is not, I agree, I've very, very carefully at the figures, and I do agree with the analysis that we have to make any rise we agree worth it. Obviously, we wouldn't raise it by 5% when we would get no return for that money, or 3.5%. But it's the Scottish Government that's put Falkirk Council councillors in that position. And, in my, Councillor Bouse has given some figures, but I do make it 2.5 million on the current figures that the 8% would bring back from Labour and the additional. And that's a judgment call then. Is that worth it? Is it worth asking for an extra £2.10 a week from people for that money and what they'll get? That's a judgment call for us all to make. We could put a budget up by a lot less, still get some, but then you do have to think about that impact. And that's a dilemma we've got. But that dilemma has been placed on us by the Scottish Government. And we need to be clear that we need to have the freedom to judge whether the savings that are before us actually harm our communities more. And we all have examples where you could say, you take away a bus somewhere from somebody who can't afford a car, and we don't fund something that costs them more in transport. You take away breakfast club or childcare, that costs them more. It can actually
A minute left, Councillor Murtagh.
it can actually impact the very people we're trying to protect more. And that's why it's so crucial that we are the ones who make that decision here. We weigh up what it says in the report, what our own financial gap is, what is in the EPIA. And I can't prioritise a council tax freeze over a saving that's red rated all the way down for those in poverty and protected characteristics from children and family social work, where we don't even know what the proposal is to be able to put forward a mitigation. I can't prioritise a council tax freeze theoretically might be beneficial for the council or not on those figures over that. And I think that's the decision I've got to make individually about whether I think rises are worth it. And the unfortunate thing is, I'm not sure, that 8% is where I would go, which is why I have an amendment. But I do understand the principle, and I think that we have to take
that's your 4 minutes, Councillor Murtagh.
Okay, thank you. And we have to make a decision based on our own circumstances, basically.
Okay, thanks very much. Any other comments? Councillor Kerr, Councillor Patrick. Kerr.
I'd be more putting my point of view forward, but I mean, I think it is also shocking that we are in the position where we are being held to ransom. We could be looking at a modest rise. I think we all accept that price and costs have gone up everywhere, and it's no different in the council. But to be in a situation where we're asking people, we go by Band D as an average, but the people who are in much larger properties, maybe retired, who are going to be looking at over £200 increase. As someone said to me, I'm going to be paying another month's council tax. It's really just, I think, dreadful that we've been put in this position that we really have so little control over our budget. And yet to balance up the two options is just, I think, really difficult. Why on earth, and this is really comes down to the political level of it, why can't we be getting more money from central government and then could be looking at what would be a realistic council tax rise? But we are where we are, our hands are tied, rock in a hard place.
Thanks very much, Councillor Patrick. Councillor Forrest.
Thank you, Convener. We take note of the time. Today it's now 12:42 on the 28th of the 2nd. This is where it all changes, because this is where Labour are proposing to increase a tax which under present circumstances show they have little or no regard for the citizens of this district who are struggling under the cost of living crisis. For years they've said that they'll stop any increases and done nothing. They talk about this administration kicking the increases further down the road. Last year, they couldn't even come up with an amendment to our budget. Then they come up with this. They say that they'll stand up for the people because they're the People's Party. Far from being the People's Party, their budget is going to harm the very people that they say they want to protect. The poor, the working poor, the middle-income families and the pensioners. Anyone who's not had an above inflation rise in their income this year will be affected. What will happen though, and I'm no sorry to see this, people will start not trusting the Labour Party because they'll be seen to be the ones that are heaping cost upon cost on them. And as I said, I welcome that. But the trust just doesn't end there, because when the people look at what Labour Party are doing at the moment, they will see that they can't be trusted. They just, sorry, hang on. Bango's the possibility of Labour being elected in any numbers that is big enough to run this administration. And again, I'm not sorry to see that. But also, it might end the political ambition of one young man on the other side as well. I know I'd be sorry to see that. Their revolution, where they're trying to get people to vote for them, ends with this amendment. The revolution ends not with a bang, not with a whimper, but with a vote.
91 Provost. I think it's in relation to, I think, a few of the inferences inside that Councillor Forrest has just made and outside the chamber in relation to the Westminster election. We should be focusing on what's the best result for the council rather than seeking to utilise this for the Westminster election, as the administration have so often accused us of doing.
Sorry, convener, I did not mention the Westminster election. I mentioned the political ambition. End of story.
Thanks very much. So, Councillor Spears. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. I think my colleague Councillor Patrick hit the nail on the head. We are stuck in a very difficult position because we've basically got the take it or leave it from the SNP government, and that's the reality that we have to work within. But I also agree with the point that Councillor Steinbank just said. The context of this debate in most of the contributions being made thus far has been the election later this year. It's not been the priority of the people of Falkirk, and that just deeply disappoints me. It really disappoints me. When I first got elected, when I think half of the people first got elected, one of the first things that we voted on was the council's future plan. And in that, it highlighted 3 ways to achieve financial sustainability. The first one of those was increases in council tax. I didn't get into politics to increase taxes, but the situation that the council faces clearly shows that over the next 4 years, there will have to be tax rises in Falkirk. The party that put forward those proposals is now abandoning that strategy. They're not putting forward a council tax increase, and it's only going to be worse in the years to come. So I just don't understand that. Why would you abandon the strategy that you clearly set out and defended so passionately 2 years ago? I don't understand that. But at the exact same time, an 8% council tax rise, an extra month of council tax, as Councillor Patrick highlighted from some of our constituents, is very difficult to swallow. And it is, particularly when it coincides with about £8 million worth of cuts. So pay more, get less. But that is the options in front of us, and Councillor Murch's, which is another further tax increase, but still cuts attached to it. And that is very difficult. It's why I'm so divided about how I'm going to vote, because both options are pretty rubbish options, but it's what's in front of us, and that's, I'm going to somehow have to come to a decision, but I'm completely torn.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. We'll go to Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost. And I agree with Councillor Bundy, and we do all need to do what's best for Falkirk Council and try and put party politics aside, which is very difficult when you're hearing some of the things that are being said here and in previous meetings. Unfortunately, here we don't have the powers in Scotland to address inflation, energy costs and mortgage rates, but we can, however, choose not to pass an increase in council tax on our residents during an extremely tough time for many. Yes, council tax needs reformed, and we'll continue to push for this, but we have to deal with this situation now as best we can. As you've heard from Len from the council leader, we have to continue to make tough decisions, and we can argue where the blame lies, but we must have a balanced budget. I see other Labour councillors in other areas accepting the council tax freeze and saying their citizens are suffering from the cost of living crisis and it's the only option available. As stated earlier and confirmed by the Chief Finance Officer, accepting the council tax freeze will mean that affecting the revenue budget is only a net deficit of just under 0.5%. Councillor Hannah alluded to Inverclyde, and well, it depends on the question when the consultation was asked. If it was framed as, are you willing to pay a 7% increase to your council tax? Councillor Patrick was correct in saying that asking to pay a month's more council tax to increase the budget by less than 0.5%. I'm sure we would all know the answer to that one. Pay more, get less. The Labour amendment is pay more and get virtually the same. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Garner. Is it Councillor Bruce?
Thank you, Kerry. That's the last time I asked questions, so I'll be quite short with this. And where my concern is a thing called cumulative effect. So if the Labour amendment goes through, the people will get charged 8% this year, and given what we're seeing and the way the financials are, and I'm saying hypothetically, if there's another 8% next year, that's people will pay what you think 16%, but actually be close to 17 because you're multiplying in a higher number. So you would actually increase that. Whereas if you accept the council tax freeze this year and say it was 8% next year, that would be the equivalent of 4% each year over the 2 years. It's quite a difference to the people of Falkirk. I know that's my last questions were based on that. My questions on this are the same. I don't see the justification to charge the people of Falkirk 6.695 million this year, and then there's a cumulative effect of what's going to happen next year. Whereas if you take the council tax freeze this year and you have whatever rise next year, you're actually diluting the rise for next year because you're spread over those 2 years. I really urge people to think about that. This is not about, I've heard the Labour group going on about Scottish Parliament, and I've heard all sorts of things about other things. Think about the people who we represent here and the people who are just barely getting by. I think this is what they were once termed, the people, the working poor who are struggling all the time. You're talking about a cumulative effect potentially over 2 years of 16 to 17%, as opposed to having possibly next year a rise. But this year, giving the people just a little bit of breathing room, and that's all I ask you to do, and support our budget.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Bowes. We'll go to Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. A very interesting debate and discussion. I think there's been some great contributions made by both the administration, Labour, independent councillors, in particular, Councillor Murtagh. Make a couple of observations regarding that. There's a wonderful bit of creative accountancy, which I always like. I detest accountancy. But a wonderful bit of creative accountancy, just finished off by Councillor Bowes there, where allegedly there's going to be a 16% council tax increase to our electorate. Whereas if they accept the council tax freeze this year, they'll only have an 11% council tax increase next year. Very creative, but doesn't actually reflect the true case. I actually looked at the two figures. I'd ask constituents to have a look at the two figures as well, 5.6.4 and 5.6.5, where we look over where we increase the council tax, or we accept the freeze and then increase for the next 4 years, or whether we increase it this year over the next 5 years and it gets spread out a wee bit more. When I did the figures, and very quickly, you're looking like 40.5% 40.5% of a council tax increase under model 5.6.4, whereas it equates to, it looks as if it equates to 45% of an increase when you go to the second table. That's the way that I could present it, being creatively accountant wise, but that's not true either, because the figures in 5.6.5 are compounded. An increase upon no increase, yeah, fine, you have 11%, but next year that's going to be compounded upon in your 10.5 increase on the 11%, and that's how it works. I think it has been a tough decision for me because I don't think we really should be going to people who are under pressure with the cost of living and whatever. I don't think we should be going there. looking to them to be paying more. But unfortunately, I do think, I've changed my opinion on this. I do think we have to be realistic here. Since I came back in as a councillor a couple of years ago.
Left, Councillor McCabe.
Thanks, Provost. Since I came in a couple of years ago, all I've had is £64 million over 5 years. That's what we have to be cutting back on. And we've done absolutely nothing to tackle that. So I find it a wee bit kind of hypocritical to be saying that we're looking after the electorate, but we're not making the difficult decisions here. Councillor Bundy, I thought, spoke very well, where he said that, you know, a political party across the table had been promoting one thing, and here, when it comes to it, they're now proposing a council tax freeze. The council tax freeze has got us into this position, and we're now going to rely on the council tax freeze again, not to get us out of the position, but just to try and score some political points on behalf of the administration. It does nothing to help the communities in Falkirk.
That's your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Provost.
19-1, Provost. Thank you. I appreciate the comments, Councillor McCabe. However, I did say it was hypothetical. I didn't say there was definitely going to be anything. I said it was hypothetical. And I was talking about cumulative effect, which from listening to yourself, I think you did exactly the same, talk about cumulative effect. So your terminology with regards to my making something up, it's not, it was actually thought about and it was worked out, and you seem to have came to a very similar conclusion.
Okay, thank you. So what we'll do now is we'll have a recess and break for lunch at the same time and back at 1:30. Thank you.
Provost, before we go for lunch, when we come back, will we be able to speak on it again? We'll just not be going straight to the vote.
Well, as Councillor Ritchie was looking to get in there, I don't know if
Provost, I asked a question.
Councillor Ritchie, what's your question?
I'm asking, before we go to lunch and to recess now, when we come back, will we still be able to debate this?
Yes,
you
can still debate until the leader sums up.
I thought you were going to go straight to that, though, so that's how.
Oh, no, not at all.
Brilliant.
Not at all, Councillor Ritchie. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back, everyone. We'll go to Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Ritchie, over to you.
Right, sorry, Provost, I didn't think you were back. I thought it was still.
We're just back now.
Right. Okay. See first. I've had a constituent contact me, and it's just some clarification. 1 hour 45 minutes into the recording, it was when Councillor Patterson was asking about the money for the braes, and was it Denny, the 3 million, but Bowness wasn't, the extra million, I think it was, Bowness wasn't mentioned in this. Now, Councillor Meiklejohn then came in and says that's because Bowness is for the 3 million. So is Bowness going to be getting that full allocation of 3 million? Okay, I've been asked to ask that, so we can get that later at the end if you want.
Oh, no, maybe just address it. And then we've got Mr. Benny. Would you like to take that? Councillor Meiklejohn.
So there's an allocation of 3 million already in the capital programme, and recognising that 3 million would not cover what is hopefully going to be carried out at 3 schools. We put additional monies for the Braes and Derry into our programme, albeit dependent on the additional monies coming through from Westminster, but that would mean that there'd be a 3 million allocation available for each of the schools.
Councillor Ritchie.
Right, okay. It's just that the person's actually listening, so I
Okay.
think they'll take it forward. Right. I've just got a few comments about the council tax freeze and all the parties, what they've been putting for. It's not going to affect people and benefits putting up the council tax. It's residents who work that is going to be affected. I cannot do this. I've spoken to many people within my ward over the last couple of months due to what's happening in Bowness, and they're all saying the same. Well, most of them are saying the same. I have had a few saying if we could put it up and see the benefits of it going up, then great. But many people are saying, no, can't afford any more council tax, so the council tax freeze is more. I would have supported the freeze and the administration, but due to the administration putting forward for cuts that I can't support them either. Yes, we all know there's going to be cuts, but many of them that they've put forward, I don't think communities actually know what's going forward. And again, it's only because I've been speaking to people at my surgeries and when I've been at meetings and whatever, that they don't realise what's happening and what cuts are coming forward. Brown bins, let's just say they are not happy with the amount that's getting put up. And I know it's going to come back, or other areas within Scotland are paying up and they're a lot dearer. But when you think this just only came in last year and we're proposing to put another £20 on, when people's not got money, no. Fireworks, well, I'm sorry. I know this is going to upset some people. What a waste of money when we have got cut after cut after cut. And we're saying we're going to spend 30,000 on fireworks. What a slap in the face to the communities that are losing big time. Crematoriums up 30% for cremations and burials, etc. 30%. And again, I know I'm going to get told, but we're one of the lowest. I'm sorry, that's not our fault. It's not the residents' fault that we're one of the lowest. Putting up 30% in 1 year, that's not right. Handyman service, a lot of the elderly think that's a great service. We're going to be letting that go. That's only a few things I can go on and on, but I'll take all day. Then going to the money that the administration want to spend on Falkirk Town Hall. We've already got Bowness, Grangemouth and the Dobby Hall. 3 of them are working perfectly. The 3 of them are thriving because Falkirk Town Hall. I'm not saying didn't do a Falkirk Town Hall. What I'm saying is forget about it just now. Wait until we have more money. We're talking about cut. Oh, we'll give you a Falkirk Town Hall.
Yeah, a minute left, Councillor Ritchie.
Come on, folks. Thanks, Provost. Right. Sports and leisure. Well, Ken, we're closing the recreation centre after last month's vote, though there is still a campaign going on to save it. But the money's going to other areas that the administration's brought forward. For sent, there's people in Bowness are fed up being ignored and losing other facilities. To see the council giving money to other places and no listening. Now, I remember at least 2-3 times that members of the administration have come forward and says, we have been told we listen to our residents, we listen to our people of Falkirk. You listen to the folk of Bowness, and we've actually realised that now. So that's all I've got to say, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Ritchie. We'll now go to Councillor Michael John to sum up, then we'll go to the vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Kelly, if you want to.
Could I just ask,
Councillor Kelly, and we'll go to Councillor Michael John.
Thanks. Could I just ask Mr. Benny, the Labour Party's proposing a 4 million ring-fenced amount for roads, 2 million for flooding in gullies. What difference would that make to your department? That's 6 million.
Mr. Benny.
Thank you, Provost. As the scrutiny report indicated in December, we believe that a sort of £7.7 million is required to maintain roads at the standard that they are at the moment. So the investment that you described would allow us to do that. If we don't have that money, then it's a managed decline of our roads. With regard to the flooding and gully maintenance, gully upgrades, then that budget isn't there at the moment, so we wouldn't be able to do that activity.
So it would be a good thing for your department to get that money. Yeah, it'd make a difference to Falkirk, the people of Falkirk, the roads and flooding or anything like that. Yeah.
I'm conscious of the sort of political debate that's here. I would say that any time my services get capital investment to spend, that's a good thing.
Thanks very much. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Provost. And I'll begin by just a very brief response to that. At the time of our motion being put together, we had only just been advised by Scottish Government that we wouldn't have to have the 4.5 million in relation to the overspend of the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme clawed back, and therefore didn't have the opportunity to look at the allocation of that. That needs to just be clarified a little bit, because it was around flood protection. However, what I would say is that could well be then a capital spend that's available to us that could indeed deal with some of the issues that have just been raised towards Mr. Benny just now. While there's a lot of pontification about this being a good thing, there's still opportunities there, as is the spending review that may well yield some additional funds to local authorities. But in relation to some of the other things I've heard today about, particularly about the public support for the council tax freeze, now, there was very clearly a 69% of people in favour of the council tax freeze, recognising that hard-pressed families were having real difficulties. And yes, our lowest incomes are protected with the council tax reduction, but it's that middle cohort of families that we all know, we all hear, that are really struggling. And 1 year, I appreciate that's not a lot to help them, give them a wee bit of breathing space, recognising that we hope that inflation will come down and life will be made a bit easier going forward over the next year, is the right thing, I think, morally, and indeed that people will have to look at their consciences to decide on, because it's only a 1 year freeze was the main reason that we have agreed to take that this year. When we've heard about some of the comments around Scottish Government, and I would just want to highlight that Scottish Government has maintained local government's share of the budget at 32%. Considering that health are at 46%, that doesn't leave a heck of a lot left to cover all the other areas. So when Scottish Government's got a fixed budget and we've got a fixed budget, where do you go? And it comes back to the fact that the pot of money that's handed out by Westminster just isn't enough to go round. And that is where we need to be reminding people that there's more money needed from that. It was interesting to all of a sudden hear a bit of a change around from Councillor Hannah that we need to take responsibility. It's something that I've been saying for some time, so I'm really pleased to hear that and hope to see that going forward, because something that they have a long history of doing is not taking service changes, not taking service reductions going forward. So it'll be interesting to see how we then take hold of that going forward. Also brings me to fees and charges. We have a number of fees and charges that are well below the Scottish average, and while it won't be something that people will want to hear, they have enjoyed having those lower fees and charges for some time. We need to work towards the Scottish average, and that's why we need to look at that plan to do that incrementally, so there is no huge hike in prices over the period. And while we talk about 20% 10%, whatever. I think you need to keep that in context and look at the charge and what that actually means for some of the charges. But it's important that we are seen to be that middle of the pack along with all other local authorities. Otherwise, we will continually be at a disadvantage. Some of the decisions that have kept us in that position have been political decisions over a long period of time. Over the last 20 years, and I would just like to point out the SNP has not been in administration for that. So if you're talking about 2007, 2011, particularly around the council tax, there was political choices made at that time that weren't able to be influenced by us, and therefore others have to recognise there's a responsibility there. Council tax freeze fits very well with the council's priorities, and I think that's something that we need to recognise, and building stronger communities and helping support our most challenged people within the area, and as does working to a financially sustainable budget. And just to highlight again that the various models that are being put forward in the paper are only indicative. It will be up to members to make decisions, and ultimately we recognise going forward there will need to be council tax increases. If you want to keep them as low as possible, then you have to find other ways of funding the council's budget, and that will have to be through service savings or through increased fees and charges. Again, it's a comment that we hear nationally is about public sector pay policy. There's not going to be more money in the public sector at all. That's been quite clearly said on a number of occasions, that they wouldn't change the current public sector policy. And that's why, again, we need to look at how we manage our budget, and recognising that Scottish Government clearly under the current electoral system is not going to have any more money passed down to it. Taking less savings, using more, we're all subject to pay more, get less as a council, and that's something that we're all used to in our own pocket, and that has to be reflected in the council as well, and that's why we feel that we have a very much a sustainable budget, a prudent budget, one that touches on each and every aspect, whether that be savings, whether that be the council tax freeze, helping as many aspects as possible. But it is one that we think can work to our benefit, and something that we can give a vision of the future. And while I appreciate people don't understand or see why we are looking to ring fence the service concessions, it's a good thing to do. It reminds us that we shouldn't just be using that as a dipping pot. It's not free money, and it will have to be repaid, and therefore we have to look at other ways to be able to fill that, but with a focus on saying that we need to be able to invest in our communities, and they have something to be able to be seen. So I'm happy to move the administration's budget. I think it's a good positive way forward for Falkirk, and I hope that everybody can get behind it and make it work as effectively for our communities. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. It was already seconded, wasn't it, by Councillor Garner? Okay, thank you. So we'll now go to the vote.
Yes, thank you, Provost. The motion which has been circulated is moved by Councillor Meiklejohn and seconded by Councillor Garner, against which there is an amendment also circulated, moved by Councillor Hannah and seconded by Councillor Redmond. Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
The motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Anslow.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
In motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Bailey Buchanan. I think you may be on mute, Bailey Buchanan.
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
Motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Bailey Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson,
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick,
Motion.
Councillor Redmond,
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie,
Abstain.
Councillor Sinclair,
Motion.
Councillor Spears,
Motion.
and Councillor Steenbank.
Amendment.
Provost, there are 15 votes for the motion. There are 12 votes for the amendment. There was 1 abstention. So the motion as moved remains the substantive motion against which Councillor Murtaugh's further amendment may now be moved.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moody. We'll now go to Councillor Murtaugh to move our amendment.
Thanks to you, Provost. It's certainly been an interesting day so far and trying to digest what that decision means. I suppose if I had one hope today that we would be able to set a balanced budget, obviously for the best interest of the people of Falkirk, but also that we would conduct our debate in a civil and constructive manner. And I think we're pretty borderline on that so far, but I'm going to do my best. It's undeniable, though, that there are a lot of tense aspects around this budget, and we have had some tense budgets in the last 7 years. As already been alluded to this morning, I have no intention of ignoring the contentious aspects of the budget because they're uncomfortable for others or for me, and they are. It does not sit easy with me to be criticising the Scottish Government for action I believe to be harmful and disrespectful to councils, and nor do I relish the prospect of putting forward a council tax rise that is higher than what anyone else has brought forward. But none of us should ever be here to make up the numbers, and we have a duty to our constituents to truly consider all aspects carefully when we're making those decisions about vital services, and that's what I've attempted to do here. However difficult and unpalatable those decisions may be. And we have a duty to be honest, as I said earlier, totally honest, especially when times are hard. And in moving this budget, that is certainly my intention. We've all heard the financial arguments both today and in the myriad of financial strategy meetings, both public and private, over months and years, as just to how huge the scale of the problem is for us here in Falkirk. And we have the largest mainland budget deficit in Scotland. So we know that those challenges are huge, and those are issues around investment in infrastructure, or public buildings, or roads, climate change, the school estate, all those. They have been impacted by previous decisions, but we are only here today. And that's acknowledged in the report. And I shouldn't have to give any page numbers. We all know this. And we also know irrefutably that this situation has been exacerbated by years, more than a decade even, of lower than average council tax, which has meant that Falkirk has lost out on being able to spend tens of millions of pounds of additional investment and revenue for our constituents. And of course, there will be many out there, as Councillor Litchie was alluding to, who will say they already pay enough council tax and they feel underwhelmed by what they receive already. And I understand that view. But it is simply the truth that Falkirk residents have paid under the average for some considerable time, which is not their fault. Those are our decisions. And that the only way to actually improve services is to acknowledge that this has been to the detriment of our council, and that we need to get a solution to this and can't go on any longer with that. Again, I would quote several page numbers in the report, but about our options for raising revenue, but we already discussed that this morning. But we can't ignore the impact that council tax has on that, and the ability of raising council tax has on that budget deficit, as well as potential cuts to services. And those may well be inevitable, and I'm prepared to make difficult decisions on cutting services, but in the right circumstances and with full assessment and balance of what those mean. And yes, the point to be raised that if the Scottish Government funded local government with an increase, then we wouldn't have that problem. And who would argue against more funding for local government? And, well, I'm bloody glad that I'm not there setting the Scottish budget right now in Parliament and trying to work out what that would mean in decreasing spending on health or social security or support for business or national infrastructure. And as much as I am going to shout loudly and lobby for local government funding increases, I'm not going to pretend that I have access to all the considerations and evidence and dilemmas that they have before them and attempt to set the Scottish Government for them. But the same applies here, nor should they for ours. I understand the policy intention of wanting to give relief to low and middle income households in challenging times, even if it is misguided and not well evidenced that a council tax freeze will do this, something which the Scottish Parliament's own Finance Committee challenged government on in their budget report. But when you look at the kind of cuts to services we're actually beginning to be left with, where exactly are we going to go with that? It doesn't go to that way. It doesn't hit the poorest and the most vulnerable hardest. Residents who are often protected from a council tax scheme through relief schemes are the very residents who absolutely rely on services and they cannot afford or would not be able to source an alternative. And that's why we have proper assessments of proposals and, crucially, EPIAs to accompany decision making. And that's something I hope that some of you are beginning to be as stubborn and passionate about as I am. And I agree with what Ms Templeman said earlier. It has got better this year, and I'm glad for that. But we do still have a very long way to go. Central government's intrusion in deciding what they believe to be best for the unique circumstances of each council is simply illogical. It's totally ill-informed and it's completely at odds with the principle of public sector equality duty and devolved decision making. Even if the argument is that a council tax freeze of 5% is going to be fully funded, something which is significant ambiguity as we discussed this morning, why is it the right of national government to decide that that should be the rate for all councils? As we know, the indications in the report were set at 9.5%. I'm not saying that for South Lanarkshire or Clackmannanshire or anywhere else that 3.3 or 4 or 5% isn't enough for them. I don't have their budget gap and I don't have their levels of service and I don't know what the problems are in their capital budget. I don't know the impact of savings on their budget table. Those councillors should make those decisions for their residents. And we've talked about the only significant proposal that was before us today, the £600 for children and family social work in the area of early intervention and prevention. A proposal which is yet undefined and non-specific, but was rated high impact risk for just about every protected characteristic in those living in poverty. But that in the administration budget is prioritised, is taken, but the council tax freeze is prioritised. And I'm just not prepared to accept that the very concept that the Scottish Government should be forcing that sort of decision when they have no access to the evidence, in reality because they want to pursue a national policy, and I'm going to be generous about this, that they believe will be good for people, but will also be electorally popular. And none of us should be playing politics in this chamber or making decisions we would not otherwise make because our party tells us to. The people out there should be rightly furious with us if we do. And it isn't an exaggeration to say that they are forcing local authorities to act in ways that they wouldn't otherwise. And I'm not just referring to pressure on council groups, who I honestly really do have compassion and sympathy for the predicament that they are in. Because the dilemma we have before us, and I agree, and I illustrated this morning, is a numbers one. If we take the freeze, which we've agreed to do, put bluntly, we just don't have enough. And we have to be completely imprudent about how our service concessions are balancing that budget. You know, this is mind blowing that this is what the administration have argued not to do in so many meetings. But here we are, we're going to do this, and then to call it out as others being responsible for taking less. It's really quite irony level winning is off the scale. But if we reject the freeze, the conditional funding we lose means that for the same effect, we have to increase the council tax much more than we would if they simply removed the conditions. In practice, if we don't raise it by a significant enough amount, it's just not worth it. And I understood that argument. And I certainly don't want to make residents pay more and risk it meaning we barely get any additional benefit if the extra funding did come through. Of course not. But that's not on me. So it was hard to vote for the Labour amendment because it's not where I want the risk threshold to be. But that increased risk, that roulette, that blackmail in effect, isn't the doing of this council. If that happens, it's not on us. And that's why in the end I did reluctantly vote for the Labour amendment, though I don't think, in my view, that 8% was enough. So then we get stuck with what is enough to make it worth it, but isn't too much to burden our residents with. And for me, that number I've come to is 10%. And that's for a few reasons. Given that the proposal that was included, the illustration included by officers was 9.5%, but then you add on 1% of capital, that would give you 10.5%. So it's actually less than the illustration was there, and we are taking also less savings. And if the argument, as we said this morning, is that we can't argue for 10% this year because, of the impact to residents, but we know that's going to be the reality and then some in future years. And yes, it's not certain, but I'm not playing a risk game here on whether it's a roll of the dice or a run with scissors through a chip pan firefight type dilemma. That's unacceptable. We've got enough risk, and it's unacceptable for the government to place more. So I'm proposing
just to let you know, Councillor Murtaugh, you had 10 minutes already.
Okay, I'm going to wait.
Being fair, try to be lenient because it's a budget meeting. So
I know. I do appreciate that, Provost. So I'm proposing that 10% option. I've illustrated that it's exactly the same budget. It's directly equivalent to a 5.5% rise if the Scottish Government agreed to the conditions being removed. And that's what I'm putting on the table, and it's entirely competent to do so. So my motion allows us to put back in the Scottish Government court. It's basically, it's their ultimatum. It's not causing uncertainty to residents. It's only one clear day in the council's language. And we could still be here at that time, let's face it, but it would make it clear to the people of Falkirk that it isn't all in the control of the councillors. And this has been a situation entirely of the government's making. It's them who's chosen to rip up the Verity House agreement at the very first call of asking. It's them who've made a misguided policy announcement during the party conference, and it's them who've decided to stick to it, despite all representations from COSLA, and I'm sure our own council leader, and not to mention, in my opinion, the formidable and unparalleled excellence of Councillor Katie Hagman, fighting for councillors at every turn. I've no doubt of that, and I'm genuinely grateful. But this is where we are now. So I move that we agree to a budget that is financially prudent, that asks for a rate of council tax that neither takes us to the top of the league, but is significant enough to be worth it, and honest enough to say that this will be the reality for residents going forward unless something drastically changes. That we reiterate that COSLA have already said unanimously that there's no call for national government to interfere in local government budgets in this way, and it's unacceptable for this situation to continue, and it must immediately be reversed and the conditions removed. And I hope that the Cabinet Secretary will reconsider, and that the people of Falkirk will therefore benefit from a much lower tax increase at 5.5%, while seeing the benefit to services with Vital Ones protected. I move that we ask the Cabinet Secretary to make this positive impact on the people of Falkirk, or face explaining to them why she has chosen to make the decision that they should pay more. Thank you, Provost.
Do you have a seconder, Councillor Murtaugh?
I believe I do.
Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Provost. I'm happy to second Councillor Murtaugh's amendment. And first of all, I'd like to thank her for the meticulous level of detail that she's gone into in presenting her amendment. I've got a couple of wee questions, if I could maybe seek some clarification first, Provost. The first one is actually to do with the what is basically the standing motion. There's a wee detail contained within the administration's motion. It's at point 6. Agrees that £1 million from unused earmarked reserves be allocated to the Village Regeneration Programme to support the communities of Bainsford and Langleys and Donnypace. As a local ward member, can I ask specifically what has been identified for Donnypace?
Mr. Benny? Oh.
Through you, Provost, as was the case with the previous regeneration fund, phase 1, the money is allocated and then works are done with the local community to identify potential projects, and then there was an update mid-year to elected members to let them know the direction of travel. So I would be imagining we're going to replicate that same model.
I'm wondering if that tells me anything. I mean, I was quite specific. What's happening in Donnypace? It's not Denny and Donnypace. It's not even Banknock, Denny and Donnypace. It's Donnypace, and we're talking about potential. I mean, why are we identifying villages like that without having some specific detail at the back of it? Can I get any clarification, further clarification, Mr. Benny, through you, Provost here?
Okay, Mr. Benny.
I guess from my own personal perspective, I don't believe it's for myself and officers to tell the community what they need to have done in their locale. I'd like to go out and engage, and I think that's the spirit that this council has taken in the time that I've been here. So no, I don't have a list of projects that I am going to deliver in Dunny Pace. My team will go out and engage with the community and listen to what they have as their priorities, and then we'll take those forward. And that's been an approach that appears to have been successful in the villages that we've been working on in the current year.
Thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Thanks, Provost. Thanks, Mr. Benny. Again, it doesn't satisfy me at all, because I would then question why we don't have the other villages of the Falkirk district involved in there. Why is Bonnybridge no one there? But I'll leave that for the minute. Turning to Councillor Murtaugh's amendment, I'm just looking for a wee bit of clarification on that. Paragraphs 9 and 10. It's to do with the asymmetric wheat proposals. Councillor Murtaugh alleges that this saving is not part of this year's budget proposals. Can I ask why it's actually included within the budget then, if it's not part of the this year's budget?
Okay, thank you for that.
Provost, it's part of the budget book to let members know that we're going to consult on that for future savings options. That's the simple reason. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mrs. Algic. That answers the specifics of it, I suppose. Again, as Councillor Murtaugh has highlighted, this is to do with us setting a budget on figures that we don't even know. £3.845 million is conditional on the council's agreement to freeze the council tax. I find that unacceptable. Again, I've heard from, funny enough, my Conservative colleagues here. Councillor Kerr alleged that we're asking the same people to pay and pay and pay again. And this year we're going to ask them to pay more. I think we do have to do that, unfortunately, if we want to have a balanced budget. Councillor Patrick suggested that we're being held to ransom. I agree. Again, it comes down to this habit of the Scottish Government of ring fencing monies that they give to us, and therefore we don't have any freedom in how we spend that money for the good of our constituents. Councillor Bundy absolutely railed against the SNP administration for banging on about potential cuts to service and how we needed to get our budget deficit cut back. And as I mentioned earlier on when I spoke, we're partly here because of the council tax freeze that we've had for 6, 7, 8 years. It got us into this hole, and we're proposing the same solution for it again. I just find it strange that you would even consider doing something like this. So I'm happy to second Councillor Murtaugh's amendment. I'm absolutely delighted that she put forward 2 options as well to illustrate what potentially is available to the council here to make a decision. 10% increase or a 5.5% increase if we're given the freedom and take the shackles of an SNP government off of the local authority. Thanks very much, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. Do we need a recess now to just go over Councillor Murtaugh's amendment?
Can I just briefly ask a question? It was just of Mr. Benny in relation to the village regeneration. I know that Councillor McCabe had asked why not Bonnybridge, but my understanding is they were benefiting from the first phase of the village regeneration, and I just wanted to say that I'm correct with that, or I was imagining it.
Mr. Benny?
Thank you, Provost. Yes, Bonnie Bridge and Slamanan were the first settlements to benefit from the Regeneration Fund, and we've provided updates to elected members on progress of both those projects.
Okay, so just ask again, do you feel we need a recess to go over the... No? Okay, so we'll just go to the debate then. Any questions?
Happy just to go to the vote, Provost.
Okay. Let's go to the vote.
Thank you, Provost. And the substantive motion is still, the motion is moved by Councillor Meiklejohn and seconded by Councillor Garner, against which there is the amendment moved by Councillor Murtagh and seconded by Councillor McCabe, which has been circulated. Provost Bissett.
Abstain.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
The motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Abstain.
Councillor Anslow.
Abstain.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Bailey Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Abstain.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest. Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Abstain.
Councillor Kelly.
Abstain.
Bailey Kerr.
Abstain.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
The motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Abstain.
Councillor Patterson.
Abstain.
Councillor Patrick.
Abstain.
Councillor Redmond.
Abstain.
Councillor Ritchie.
Abstain.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears.
Motion.
And Councillor Steinbank.
Abstain.
Provost, there are 12 votes for the motion. There are 3 votes for the amendment. There were 13 abstentions. The motion is carried.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Next item of business is Agenda Item 4, the Capital Strategy, pages 198 to 232 in your agenda papers. And we'll go to Mr. Kearney to introduce the report.
Thank you, Provost. I would like to take the opportunity to thank Caroline McGill and our Capital and Treasury team for all their input into this and the next report on the capital budget, as well as colleagues across services. The capital strategy is a requirement of the Prudential Code and has been presented alongside the capital programme since the budget for 1920. It is an overarching document that links key planning documents, provides an overview of the capital and treasury management activities, and critically considers risks and the balance between infinite demands and priorities with finite resources. I won't go into too much into the details of the strategy document appended to the report, but I'll highlight a few issues for members. As has been discussed today in terms of the revenue budget, there are clearly challenges that impact on capital. The affordability and finite resources are an issue, and it makes it difficult for any new capital bids to come forward. The strategy also identifies a number of key projects with either no funding or a shortfall in funding. There is also the difficult economic environment, particularly in terms of inflation and interest rates and general market conditions. However, on the positive, the strategy refers to possible options for increasing funding, including the use of service concessions if there is a sustainable way forward for the revenue budget, and this was included in the revenue budget discussed earlier. There is also the strategic property review, which aims to create revenue savings as well as facilitating investment in assets that Council wants to maintain and develop. In addition to the General Fund Capital Programme, members are also reminded of the significant long-term economic development projects, including the TIF, the Green Freeport and the growth deal. So in conclusion, the capital strategy details a lot of information, setting out links between the various plans and strategies, and in particular ensuring plans are affordable, prudent and sustainable and meet the Council's needs and priorities going forward. Provost, if I could take you back to the recommendation, which invites the Council to approve the strategy.
Thanks very much, Mr. Carey. So before we go to Councillor Meikle-John, I'll just check with the group leaders to see if they've got any amendments. Do you have an amendment?
No amendment.
Thank you. Bailey Kerr?
No amendment, Provost.
Councillor Spears? Any independents have an amendment? No. Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. And I don't think Danny and I should have sat together because I may repeat some of the words that he has just used. That is not deliberate and we did not collaborate beforehand.
You're meant to collaborate.
I do wish to thank Danny and Amanda and the team for their work on developing our capital strategy and the framework that goes alongside it. There's been a lot of work done on the strategy and it's been critical in order to ensure that we can afford to deliver on the projects and that they're aligned with the Council's priority, both in the short and longer term, and for that future planning. We need to learn lessons of the past and not think in one term or 1 year only, but to take a more strategic view and how we need to deploy investment, for example, particularly within our learning estate, sport and leisure, also around health and wellbeing. And the capital strategy should be able to help us to plan for that for the future. But it also must seeks to maximise the potential from other funding streams such as the TIF, partnership projects like the Greenport growth deal, as well as our capital housing plans. The capital strategy will help us to do that and to ensure it's focused, affordable, prudent and sustainable. I'm therefore happy to move the capital strategy.
Okay, thank you. The seconder?
Happy to second.
Okay, thanks very much. Just open up for any questions. Okay, no questions and there's no amendments, so
sorry.
The report is Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. Sorry, I was a wee bit slow getting to my microphone. I just want to ask in terms of page 217, the housing situation. There's been the recent announcements of the Scottish Government in terms of housing, reducing the amounts of money that will be available for that. Obviously, that's not been incorporated into the strategy. Could you comment on any of the implications it will have?
Mr. Gillespie, I never knew you were there.
Thank you very much, Provost. Yes, I'm here and listening. As said earlier by Chief Finance Officer, at the present time, our finances don't affect our project the next financial year because we've already pulled that money down from the Scottish Government because of the size of the projects. However, depending on what the final sum will be, then yep, there is definitely a potential of going forward how we'll manage our housing future stock. We have decisions to make, and as members are aware, and every time that our strategic housing investment programme comes up, it's very fluid, and we'll start looking at the amount of new build properties that we build, the buyback scheme, and also looking at different ways of increasing our housing stock through buying off the shelf. But we've also got to remember we can use our Section 75 with private developments and also getting other properties that way. So until we get more defined funds, Provost, it's going to be very difficult at the present time, but be rest assured that the teams are working to make sure that we maximise all the money and all the different resources to increase the units that we have in Falkirk.
Thanks very much, Mr. Gillespie. Is that a good answer?
Thank you. I look forward to reports when we have further information available.
Okay, any other questions? Bailey Buchanan.
Can you hear me okay, Provost?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Thank you very much. I think I'm going to put this question to Amanda and Mr. Benny in relation to an issue when we talk about a strategy, a capital strategy, since 1994, this council had well, they used to have a strategy going forward to reopen the Bonnybridge railway station. Now, a year ago at the budget meeting, I brought this up to why there was no indication, there were no reference whatsoever to the Bonnybridge railway station situation. The first time since 1994 that it didn't come up on the agenda at budget time. Now, I was promised, okay, it might not be the case, but I was promised, I'm sure, by Mr. Benny, that a full report would come back to council. This never materialised. Now, our community is still waiting to find out exactly if the council, Falkirk Council, is going to continue with the proposal to try and reopen this railway station. There's been a lot of changes, obviously, over the years in terms of the electrification of the line. But the fact is, I would like, through you, Provost, to ask an officer that's here today if they can conclusively and definitively let our community know in Bonnybridge where, if this council is still supporting the reopening of a railway station in Bonnybridge. Now, this isn't a political matter. It was well versed through the SNP when they were in administration during that period of time, right up through until now. But last year it disappeared off the scene. What I want to know is, is this council going to continue to support in its strategy the reopening of Bonnybridge railway station, or if they've decided that it's a no-go? Just let our community know one way or another. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Sabila Buchanan. Mr. Benny?
Thanks, Provost. The outcome of the stag was that the recommendation was that they thought there would be no likely possibility of that station getting support. And I could be wrong, but I remember writing to you to update that fact. And I did not see the point of bringing a report which effectively would say we've got no chance of getting this to happen. So I haven't done so. If there is a call on the council explaining that position, then I'm happy to prepare a briefing for elected members and liaise with the administration to check they're happy with that position. But from my regard, given the complexities and the pressures on my officers to deliver a whole range of different priorities, putting resources into a project that a stag has told us has absolutely no likely prospect of a successful outcome would not, to me, seem best use of those resources.
Provost, for your good self, Provost, for your good self, I would concur with Mr. Benny that he did contact me personally in relation to giving that update. But I wanted this to come before the full council to let my community know exactly where we stood. Now we know that we're not going to go forward with this council and for the reopening of Bonnybridge railway station, and we maybe have to take it to another level. But I would still consider that Mr. Benny or any of his colleagues bring forward a report, a formal report that's included in an agenda, it's minuted, and that the people in our area know exactly where we stand. And thank you, Provost, for your time and consideration.
Thanks very much, Bill Buchanan. I'm sure that has been noted. Councillor Spears.
Thank you, and thank Councillor Buchanan for the long-standing commitment he has had to reopening of Bonnybridge rail station and the town's push to carbon zero. We also have the same problem in Grangemouth, where a station would be greatly used and greatly improve services and would greatly help Falkirk Town Centre, because, yeah, I've had people saying to me, why do you want a station to take people out of Grangemouth? But I'm quite sure, knowing how good our town centre is becoming and getting better every day, that it will bring a lot of people from Falkirk into Grangemouth. So if there is a forthcoming report, can we ask that Grangemouth be included within that report? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. I'm sure that's noted as well. Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. Just a quick question for Mr. Benny, if I may. It's in relation to the Grangemouth flood protection scheme. Now, obviously, with the continuing uncertainty with regard to the funding model and the cost of the project, which is currently sitting at an 80-20 split, between the Scottish Government and ourselves. There's £4.5 million lying in our bank account in relation to this, which the Scottish Government aren't clawing back. I would like to think that this could be held on to and used for the benefit of the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme and not used for something else. Is it possible to ring fence this money?
Mr. Benny?
Council can decide whatever it wants to do with that money. It wouldn't be my personal view that that's what we should do, but elected members can decide exactly what they want.
And can I just clarify what questions we're actually waiting on answers for from the Scottish Government?
So the latest update that was presented to Council was that the Scottish Government confirmed that they would like to establish a task force to examine this issue. We're still waiting for clarification on exactly what the makeup of that task force would be, who's leading it, who's sitting on it, and we continue to be in dialogue with them.
We'll go to Mr. Templeman. Do you want to come in on that?
Thank you. Thank you, Provost. I was just going to say that we are seeking some clarification, as we said in the supplementary report, about whether there are conditions attached to the grant. For example, is it ring fence for funding, flooding? And so we are looking for that clarification, but we don't have that yet. But we'd bring that back to Council.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you, Provost. It's an on the hoof question, and it kind of relates into the next paper. I suppose one of the frustrations of this whole budget process has been, obviously, we've had these supplementary agendas, we get late information. It's very difficult to adjust, well, effectively with less than, with no working hours to reflect whether the information that's come forward actually would require an amendment in the capital strategy in terms of like how we're bidding in, given that in the next paper, things which would be agreeing to actually put in the programme might be subject to a different process. I'm thinking about flooding matters. I'm thinking about, in effect, papers that might be coming forward to change the way that projects might be put into grading for flooding. And as much as I don't have a problem with the strategy as it is in some ways, because some of those projects which are going to be presented or outlined in the next paper, presumably then won't happen in that way. I'm a bit confused whether we shouldn't really be delaying our decision making on these things until we have more clarity and what the legal position is about when we have to set our capital strategy and budget in terms of deadlines, because I'm a bit concerned that I don't have all the information from all these late agendas to be able to make fully informed decisions.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. Maybe go to Mr. Moody for any comment on that.
The legal duty flows from the duty to set the council tax, and the council tax is primarily a function of the revenue budget, albeit there are implications from the level of the capital budget into the revenue budget itself. I think we have already set the revenue budget as it is just now, so I don't think we're bound to do it today. On the specific point that Councillor Murtagh has raised, we do have some late information on the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme that's set out in the second supplementary report. As Amanda said, some further information is sought. But as I understand it, the proposed capital programme in the report that's still to come is not impacted by that. If there was additional money that comes from the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme, that will be additional to what is already there and funded and accounted for within the capital programme. But I think it's maybe better to have confirmation on that from Amanda rather than from me.
Okay. Ms. Templeman.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. So the two reports are linked in as much as the decisions on council tax and also the assumed level of borrowing that's in the capital programme and how that flows into the revenue account. So at the moment, the available resources, which align with what's in the revenue budget, have been allocated in the capital programme, or a proposal of allocations been put forward. And that proposal is broadly in line with what members have already seen through the 5-year programme. What that does, as we've talked about before with the question from Councillor Redmond, there is a reduction in capital grant. We've allocated that out across the rolling programmes. So as Colin quite rightly says, if additional funds come to the council, we would bring that back, and council may choose to reallocate money back into those rolling programmes, or to allocate it elsewhere, or to ring fence it for a specific project, depending on what the conditions are associated with the grant. So I think the broad point, though, that Colin makes is correct. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Murtagh, you want to come back in?
Yeah, I suppose the point I'm trying to illustrate, Provost, is that as we've found with previous reports, when we don't have all the information before us, and when it potentially, we're not talking about something that might be theoretical 6 months down the line, when it's something which potentially isn't that far away and that might have conditionality on it, we might make different decisions, because some of the projects which are the types of projects which were proposed or might be put forward might fall within those, might fall within flooding conditions. And I think, for me, if there was an option to have a delay to a point where I could have a better look at actually what might come forward, because basically additional information with less than 24 hours to go, there's no time to really consider those full implications, discuss it with colleagues, discuss it with other members. And personally, I've fought really hard to have certain things included in the additional capital programme that I do not want to see gone, but I don't have the information before me to be able to consider it properly.
Provost, I kind of feel we're actually debating the capital programme within the capital strategy, and perhaps if we were able to move on to the capital programme itself, things may become clearer.
Fair point. Councillor Bundy or Bailey?
Thanks, Provost. It's on page 208, where it talks on the at the top of the page when it's got the 3 economy and green transition. I was asked this question this week by a constituent. With regards to the vehicle replacement programme, 8 million, and electrification of the fleet, it's a simple question. How many electric cars have we got, or vans?
You can answer that, Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Provost. I don't have the exact figures. I feel like it's about 120, but can I get the exact numbers sent over to you?
Of course.
Okay. No other questions? No other questions, no amendment. So, sorry, Mr. Berry.
Sorry, I've just been sent the exact number.
That was quick.
Bailey Kett. It's 152.
Wow. So, no more questions, no amendments, so the report's approved. So we'll move on to the General Fund Capital Programme. It's agenda item 5. It's pages 233 to 269, and we'll go to Mr. Kearney.
Thank you again, Provost. This report sets out the draft General Fund Capital Investment Plan for the next 5 years. It does not include the council housing, which was approved by members in January. The report has 2 main sections covering the estimated resources and the proposed investment. Both of these sections are underpinned by the prudential indicators, which are used to show that the plans are affordable, prudent and sustainable. In terms of the resources at section 5.2 at page 238 of the report, these are estimated at 167 million over the 5-year period. The main elements include almost 52 million of capital grants and 105 million of borrowing, with the costs of the borrowing reflected in the projected general fund revenue budget, a medium-term financial plan. The resources available are finite, with the grants projected on a flat cash basis, and borrowing limited by the impact on the general fund, with the borrowing creating revenue costs in the form of debt charges. In terms of the proposed investment, this is detailed on pages 240 to 245 of the report. I will not go through this in detail, but specific investment detailed Appendix 1 over the 5 years includes 45 million on the replacement town hall, 35 million on school improvements, which includes the proposal to extend Cannon Grange High School, plus 5.5 million for the purchase of the Class 98 schools. There's 23 million on roads maintenance, 8.3 million on energy efficiency and carbon footprint improvements, 8.5 million pounds on vehicles, including electric vehicles, and 3 million for sports investment in secondary schools. As already noted, I'll draw members' attention to the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme on page 242. The project has been removed from the Scottish Government's Flood Risk Management Programme and is currently being reassessed, and we will not be able to progress this beyond the outline design and scheme notification stage until the reassessment has been completed. On a similar theme, and again as previously noted, there's a number of projects detailed at paragraph 5.4.2 on page 245, where there are either shortfalls in funding or no funding streams available at present. Options for additional funding are noted at 5.4.6 include additional borrowing, with additional cost flowing to the revenue budget, the use of service concessions, and maybe the possibility of increasing council tax in the future. As previously noted, a series of prudential indicators are detailed Appendix 2, and finally, the recommendations are detailed at Section 2.
Thanks very much, Mr. Kearney. Before we go to the leader, I'll just check with the other group leaders. Any amendment coming forward?
We don't immediately have an amendment, but we would like a recess. Given the short notice that we've had in terms of this particular report and the supplementary report and the motion, I would like a short recess for us to have a bit of discussion.
Okay, Bailiff,
no amendment.
Councillor Spears?
No amendments are interesting, but there will be some straight talking questions.
Okay, thanks very much. Any independents have an amendment forthcoming?
Maybe.
Maybe, okay. So we'll go to Councillor Meikle-John.
Okay, thank you, Provost. And ultimately, you know, the motion that's coming forward doesn't fundamentally change anything. So I'm not entirely sure what the difficulty with that actually is. However, it is what it is today, and you know, I had hoped that we would have got home at a reasonable time, but.
I'm still be reasonable.
Well, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. Capital finance continues to be pressured. Scottish Government's capital is being significantly cut by the UK Government at a time when investment is needed to prevent moving furthermore into recession. But the best we can hope for is with a UK general election expected this year, that will be additional capital made available in the UK spending review. Inflation has remained stubbornly high as we continue to have high interest rates. Therefore, there continues to be a volatile financial climate, which is likely to continue for some time yet. Therefore, we have to continue to rely on short-term borrowing to support our capital programme, which will limit our ability to borrow and indeed any longer-term planning. Construction inflation, while it's come down, remains higher than pre-COVID levels. As a result, you get less for your money, with projects costing more. Currently, there is no capacity to expand the capital programme other than that which has been funded through the additional revenue detailed as part of our revenue budget, and that is dependent on the UK spending review. However, the administration recognises that there's a need for investment, and the recent condition survey of around the SPR highlighting the high costs of not keeping abreast with non-essential aspects of building maintenance over a sustained period of time. Ageing buildings that are nearing or at the end of life, no longer fit for modern day purpose, as well as being inefficient to manage. The reasons, again, have already been noted previously. It's therefore important that we look to address this in a planned and managed way, hence the proposal to set aside an earmarked reserve of service concessions and a vision of what we might use those so that we can give confidence to our communities that we are thinking and planning ahead. It should also enable us to have shovel-ready projects on the shelves so that should there be additional funding made available, that we are able to bid in when we can and to maximise our opportunities, as well as augmenting our existing rolling programme, which I would want to highlight as an investment of 167 million over the next 5 years, which is not insubstantial. This includes 45 million for the new town hall, 22.7 in extending Karen Grange School into a multi-year campus, as well as 5.5 to purchase the PFI schools and 8.3 million energy efficiency and carbon footprint works, just to highlight a few. I would also acknowledge and welcome the agreement of Scottish Government not to claw back the 4.5 million allocation in relation to the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme, and note that there's still a need to clarify if there are any conditions associated with that before considering how it might be used to benefit in our communities in the future, and therefore would be available for use, whether that be within the conditions or otherwise. I therefore want to add, in addition to the current recommendations, that should there be any further capital funding made available, which is then passed to local authorities for general use as part of the UK Spring Statement, in addition to the anticipated concession made on the capital funding for the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme made by Scottish Government, investments such as the following could be considered, but would be subject to a further report to Council in due course, being the 4 million for additional for roads, the 1.1 Littering Estate planned improvements, 2 million flood maintenance prevention and gully renewal, 2 million ICT and 900,000 to cover the shortfall in the rolling programme. I move that as the motion, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Michael. John, seconder?
Yes, sorry, happy to second.
Thanks very much. So we'll just take that short recess, 10 minutes, and back again. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Following that short, brief recess, has anyone got any contributions they'd like to make? Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, I haven't had a rethink. Effectively, I would like to propose a further amendment, which I suppose would be a procedural amendment, and I seek with somebody's guidance on that. But basically, it would be a short amendment that, in the context of the fact that the information in Supplementary Agenda 2 was only received at 4:45 yesterday, that we defer this report and any motion to a later date, presumably future meeting, Special Council, when further information is available.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Hannah.
I'd like to second the motion. Basically, if the council had accepted today our Labour amendment, then we would have the funding for all these projects. As it happens, and for more. We don't have that funding. The funding that is referred to in the motion, we haven't got all the details on. The Grangemouth Flood Prevention Scheme, Amanda has already said that there's more information needed about what it will be. I think that it's important that all councillors have the opportunity to consider all the information, and so given that it's not necessary that the capital budget be agreed today, that it should be deferred to a later date when we can make the decision on the basis of full information, not partial information.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. We'll just go to Mr. Moody to summarise where we are.
Could I ask a question first? Just that essentially the motion is to agree we continue with the rolling capital programme as there is no confirmed monies, and the motion actually does exactly what Councillor Murtagh has asked for, that once we have more information it would come back at a later date. So I'm sorry, but it seems entirely unnecessary and duplicates what's actually in the motion. The only difference being is we agree to the rolling capital programme.
Okay, Mr. Moody.
I think that highlights the difference, Provost, is that if Councillor Murtagh's procedural amendment were to succeed, we wouldn't be agreeing to the capital programme as of today, that matter would come back at a later stage when more information was available in relation to the monies freed up by the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme. So I think in contrast to the previous procedural motion referred to by Councillor Martin earlier in the meeting, this is a competent proposal to put forward. The manner in which that's dealt with in terms of the standing orders is that the vote would be taken for or against the procedural amendment to defer the matter to a later meeting, but it is open to the council to have discussion in relation to the procedural amendment and to whether or not it wishes to agree with it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Murtagh, have you got something else you want to add?
Well, in effect, what I was asking was for advice about, I mean, that's the motion that I wish to put forward, but I haven't actually spoken to as to why, and Councillor Meiklejohn has had an opportunity to, in effect, oppose my reasoning, and I'd like to actually speak to the motion that Colin has said is competent.
Okay, carry on.
Okay, effectively, you know, the question that's you earlier put, Provost, in terms of does anybody have an amendment? What I'm saying is, given adequate time and additional context, then I may well have had an amendment. I may well have said, I wish to prioritise this project and this project and this project, but because I have not been able to know about this additional situation with potential additional money that may have conditions on it or not, I can't say whether those projects, and some of them are flooding projects, for example, things like the flooding projects at Dunmore that have worked very hard over many years to make sure was scoped, was shovel ready and is ready to go, and at Letham, for example, but other things too that have been proposed in you know, in the additional agenda, you see the additional paper for the capital considerations at the back of the report. Now, as Councillor Hannah was saying, in both the Labour amendment and the revenue budget, for that 1% extra and those identified projects that were put in there, and in my own budget, both had that. If that had gone through, those would have been things that could have been on the could have been decided today. Now, I accept that has not gone through, and that's fine. But the point is that this additional information which has come forward about the potential for additional monies that might be able to be, that money might be able to use for those projects or not, that it doesn't give enough time for full consideration of putting forward a proper amendment for the capital programme that we want to see and agree here today. I don't disagree with Councillor Meiklejohn that what they're saying is to continue with the rolling capital programme. What I'm saying is that if I was able to have more time, I would be very specific about the projects which I would wish to see within that prioritised and move things around because of this new information, and I don't have that. I don't think, given we don't have to agree it today, that it is too much to ask for us to give proper consideration. And I might say it'll get you home earlier, although if anybody sitting in this chamber has in their consideration that they're not prepared to sit for as long as it takes to get the best decisions for our council, I'm not sure what they're doing here. So basically that is my amendment, and I would like to have consideration of that. I don't think it's too much to ask.
Okay, thanks very much. I'll just open up for discussion if anybody wants to. Councillor Steinback, then Councillor Spears.
Yeah, thanks. And just to say, I agree with the reasoning there with Councillor Murtagh. I don't necessarily disagree that 4.5 million could be used better, or at least we should have a discussion. I think we need to understand what the answer is, but we need to show the working. So I agree with that. I think 5.2.3, I'm just going to ask a question on, which suggests that the IFS has assumed capital decreases to the council of 2% on an ongoing basis, which I agree is not uncharacteristic to how the Scottish Government have been handling this, but we're assuming flat cash. Can I just ask why?
Councillor Steinback, just a sort of point of clarity. We're discussing the report and we shouldn't be discussing that. We should be discussing whether we should defer it or not.
All right, my apologies. We'll be the opportunity to ask questions on the report, Provost.
Mr. Moody will address that.
Not if you defer it. So it's not logically you can't move to defer something and discuss it.
Yes.
Thanks, Provost. That was going to be my question. We shouldn't be actually talking about the report.
Councillor Spears.
Thank you, Provost. I would like to concur with
Councillor Murtagh, especially when she asked the question, too much to ask for proper consideration. There's items enclosed here that need proper discussion. Now, I can ask some of these questions which I alluded to earlier, or we should maybe call another full meeting to discuss some of them. And of course, I will highlight my hobby horse Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme on page 242, 5311. But the line in 5312, the project has now been removed from the flood risk. Can I ask, has the tide went down? Is the North Sea rising, or has it started to decrease? Is global warming finished? Are we going to give this subject a serious consideration?
Okay, so just as I repeated said earlier, this is to discuss whether deferring the report or not to discuss the details of the report. Any other comments? Billy Kerr?
Can I just ask for some clarity from Mr. Moody, please? The Leader of Council saying, she's saying exactly what Councillor Murtagh's wanting. Is that a fact, or is it two different? I know you've already mentioned it. Speak a wee bit slower for me. That's no the. Please, Colin.
Mr. Beattie.
As I understand it, Provost, I think Councillor Meikle-John was making the point that the motion as it stands at the moment agrees the capital programme as set out in the report, but asks for a report to come back on how the monies which are to be freed up from the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme can be deployed, and any other monies that might be released following the spring statement. As I understand it, I think Councillor Murtagh's point is that the difference there is that she is not agreeing the capital programme at this meeting just now. The whole thing will come back at the same time when the broader issue can be looked in the context of the new information on the monies released by the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme. So there is a difference between the two propositions that are before you.
Okay.
Billy, sir, a supplementary question, and I understand that now. Will us delaying this report, will it affect any of the funding that's earmarked for any of these projects?
Mr. Benny? Mr. Templeman?
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Billy Kerr. I suppose potentially it depends how long the delay was for, but given that we have a month before the capital programme would start in earnest, I don't think it would impact on any of the funding at this point if we bring this back fairly quickly.
So another question: if we're not going to agree the report, are we only bringing the report back to see what's happening with the £4.5 million for the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme? Or is it all got to be debated?
Mr. Moody.
If we agree to defer the report in the line with Councillor Murtagh's amendment, we would not be agreeing the capital programme today. So that would all come back to the deferred meeting along with the information on the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme monies.
Mr. Bailey. Sorry, Mr. Bailey. Are you finished, Mr. Bailey?
Thanks, Provost. It would just be to say on the question of would it stop anything? If we just take the perspective of the roads team, who in the proposal here have, I don't know, 3 million approximately to get on and start doing their programme. That programme begins on April 1st. If we leave today, the roads team don't know how much they're spending next year. So it's really hard for them to know. I guess we can all assume that they will spend something, but whether that's 3 million or potentially less, if councillors consider something else, then there is a impact on them in terms of planning what's going on. So I just want to raise the point that it isn't a no impact. And I know that someone might say, yeah, but just spend away and you won't get through more than your £1 million before we make a decision. But I'm just saying what the roads guys do with their programme is dependent on how much money's in it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Michael-John.
Provost, it was just a wee bit on that to say that if we don't agree the capital programme today, or in particular the rolling programme, then it's open to members to pick and choose what they may wish to take out of that programme, and including some of the decisions perhaps made today. I just want to ask if that would be clear, or whether that would be subject to the 6-month rule.
Okay. So really?
If the procedural amendment is carried, there would be no decision on the capital programme today, so it would be at large for members to take that decision at the deferred meeting. So the issue of the 6 months rule wouldn't apply because there wouldn't be a decision made on the programme.
Okay. Bailey Buchanan.
Thank you, Provost. Can you hear me okay?
Bit loud and clear.
Fine, thank you. Just to say that I totally agree with Councillor Murtagh, and just to say and recognise the fact is that not just myself, but other people maybe have other areas within this report that they would like to speak to. I've got 1 or 2, so this will give me an opportunity when it comes back. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Bailey Buchanan. Any other? Councillor Colley.
Yes, it's probably a question for Mr. Binney. I know you said about roads. I mean, obviously, we've got the Deer project actually underway. Is there a risk to any project that is currently underway that it will cease or have to be stopped until a decision's made? And I don't know, I just wanted to double check that.
Mr. Benny.
Thank you, Provost. Projects like Deer, Council's already taken a decision on to spend an amount of money, so those aren't affected. The concerns as such that I would have would be more linked to the rolling programme in terms of officers planning out what they're going to do over the next 12 months. You know, if I give for an example, building upgrades in an educational setting, you know, right now the team would be planning, right, we've got £1.5 million in the scheme. How do we allocate that? What's the priority that we put to it? And making sure that those projects are ready to kick in over the school holidays. A delay means that there's a level of uncertainty about how much you could commit. How far is the prioritisation going? I accept someone else might say it'll all be sorted quickly. I just mean there is a delay in officers knowing exactly what money they've got and what they can plan for. But it's more linked to the rolling programme as opposed to ongoing projects.
Thanks, Malcolm.
Thank you. Logo E. Councillor Ritchie, did you have your hand up?
Yes, Provost. Just to say that there is more information needed on this to take forward. And after the decision last month with the BRC, to me, we've got to go forward. What I would like to know is how long will it take? And secondly, it's just Councillor Colley's brought up about the Deer and Denny. I thought all the money was secured for that. Is there additional money needed?
But we're actually just discussing on deferring the decision on the capital programme, no specific questions on the Deer, really.
Right, it's just because Councillor Colley's brought it up, but I've always been under the impression that the money was there for the Deer because they got money for the Champney that we couldn't get, so they had the money there. Why is it still on the roll when it's been started and etc, etc?
But as I say, Councillor Ritchie, we're here to discuss whether we defer it or not, the report, not to discuss specific items. So is there any
as I say, I agree with Councillor Murtagh anyway. I think we should be deferring it until we've got more information to make the right decisions.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Bundy?
Oh, it's me again, Provost.
Sorry. Billy Kerr.
It's regarding the revenue monies that was been agreed. None of that can be. I'm only thinking about the thing for Bairnsford, Langleys, Dunny Pace, for the Denny and Braes sporting facility. None of that can be taken out. But some of that will be capital, will it no?
Mr. Moody.
That was in any event subject to a further report, and it's subject to the outcome of the spring review till that position is confirmed. So it's not directly related to this decision which you're being asked to take just now.
Okay, thank you.
But it could well be impacted depending on when the report comes back, because it would then form part of the capital programme.
Okay. Councillor Murtagh, last time for you to come in, what is it you'd like to say this time?
I would like to, I presume I still get to sum up for the motion, because other members are coming in multiple times, and I'm not having to go at you, probably because I'm sure they're just jumping in, but I'd like to sum up for the motion if nobody else has a contribution.
Well, I don't see any other lights on, so if you would like to sum up.
Sure. I mean, I think the case has been put, and I think I take the point about, other people being concerned about undue delay, and I'm sure that many people have thanked, and perhaps I should have done, thank Amanda and all the teams, and absolutely associate myself with all those remarks, but also thank the Democratic staff, from everyone from Brian to Nicola and the whole team who also facilitate all of this to get these papers to us. It's so crucial. We should be making quality decisions based on quality information at all times. And I take the point often, and I did in the standing orders review, that sometimes things are difficult for our staff members and officers, and reports, functions when there's delays. And I'm sympathetic to that. But elected members are here to make decisions, and elected members are the ones who have the information in front of us and have got to take the rap for it. And I think, as a standard in all decisions, we should have as much time as we need in quality information to make the best decisions, in the balance of not undue delaying it. So I think it's reasonable to delay this item to make sure that that is an important part of the process, and we don't just make a decision because we're here today and it's on the papers. It's not a lot to ask. I have every faith in the Democratic Services staff to be able to find a way, and the government staff to be able to find a way of bringing this before us without undue delay. Otherwise, I don't think that. I think others would have said that. So happy to move the motion. Thanks, Provost.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. We'll just go to Mr. Moody to summarise where we are and go to the vote, I think.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And Councillor Murtagh has moved, seconded by Councillor Hannah, that the matter be deferred to a later meeting when information is available on the monies from the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme. Now, because this is a procedural proposition that we have before you, the vote is for or against, so it's not between Councillor Meikle-John's motion and Councillor Murtagh's position, so it's a simple for would be for deferring the matter to a later date, against is for continuing the discussion today. Provost Bissett. For. Deputy Provost Balfour.
Against.
Councillor Aitchison.
For.
Councillor Ansell.
For.
Councillor Binney. Councillor Bowes.
Against.
Bailey Buchanan.
For.
Councillor Bundy.
Against.
Councillor Colley.
Against.
Councillor Deacon.
Against.
Councillor Devine.
Against.
Councillor Flynn.
Against.
Councillor Forrest.
Against.
Councillor Garner.
Against.
Councillor Hannah.
For.
Councillor Kelly.
For.
Bailey Kerr.
Against.
Councillor McKay.
For.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Against.
Councillor Murtagh.
For.
Councillor Nimmo.
For.
Councillor Patterson.
For.
Councillor Patrick.
Against.
Councillor Redmond.
For.
Councillor Ritchie.
For.
Councillor Sinclair.
Against.
Councillor Spears.
For.
And Councillor Steenbank.
For.
Provost, there are 14 votes for, there are 14 votes against. There being an equality of votes, there is a second and casting vote for you as Provost.
Or
that being so, Provost, the fours have it and the matter is deferred to a later meeting.
Okay, well, that's the end of the budget meeting. Thanks everyone for your attendance. Safe journey home.
Thanks to the chair.
Thanks, Billy Buchanan.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.